Chapter 683. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that it was the people from the Purple Shao Sword sect. This was said by the man in the lead. He looked to be in his late 20s. He was tall and thin, had an ordinary face, and the ends of his hair were faintly purple. Song Qingnian? Chu Luiyue recognized him. This person was the eldest son of the Purple Shao Sword sect master, Song Lian. He was also the young master of the sect. His talent was not bad. If he remembered correctly, he had just broken through to the upper stage of the 7th stage 2 years ago. From the looks of it, he didn't continue to break through. However, with his realm and strength, it was normal for him to not take the 5th stage Chu Luiyue seriously. Senior brother Qingnian, he's the champion of the Wanjing competition. Moreover, he won against 3 people in the sect competition. It's inevitable that he's a little arrogant. Chu Luiyue glanced at the woman behind him. Well, she was also an acquaintance. Yang Qin. She seemed to be persuading Song Qingnian, but she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Chu Luiyue looked innocent. I was standing here just now. I don't think I said anything. Why are you so smug? Yang Qin choked. Song Qingnian was still the experienced one. He scanned Chu Luiyue from head to toe as if he didn't hear her. It's just a small fight. Qin, when you see more of the world in the future, you naturally won't take this seriously. Cultivate well in the future. How can you lose to her? Chu Luiyue raised his brows and secretly admired her. It had only been a short while, but Yang Qin was already doing so well in the Purple Shao Sword sect. Even Song Qingnian spoke to her like this. In his memory, Song Qingnian was very arrogant because of his identity as the young master of the Purple Shao Sword sect. Now, it seemed that this habit hadn't changed at all. Yang Qin seemed to be blushing. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Qingnian. Song Qingnian looked at her and smiled. He patted her arm and walked to the other side. Yi Ranran was furious and wanted to go forward to argue with them. Chu Luiyue pulled her back and shook his head gently. Yi Ranran was furious. Lu Yu, that person said that to you. Are you going to just let it go? Chu Luiyue smiled. It's just a few words. You didn't lose anything. Why bother with them? I don't know how many people have said this about me in private. Don't tell me that I'm going to investigate every single one of them. But they did it in front of us, everyone's almost here. Let's keep a low profile so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right. Yi Ranran seemed to be holding back his anger, but seeing Chu Luiyue's firm attitude, he had no choice but to obey. She glanced at Song Qingnian and whispered, What's so good about being the young master of the Purple Shao Sword sect? When he was your age, Lu Yu, he was a far cry from you. The corners of Chu Luiyue's lips lifted slightly. I know. Song Qingnian was a few years older than her. Back then, he was not convinced by her and challenged her one-on-one. In the end, Song Qingnian was beaten so badly that he took a detour when he saw her. He didn't even attend the regular palace banquet. Chang Wanzhou glanced at Song Qingnian coldly and retracted his gaze. Song Qingnian faintly felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked back, he did not discover anything. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue and the other 2 were whispering something. Their expressions were calm, and they even laughed occasionally. It was as if they didn't take his words seriously at all. Song Qingnian sneered. Qin, you're right. This Chu Luiyue isn't just a little arrogant. When we reach Dahuang Swamp, she'll be in trouble. Yang Qin lowered her head and didn't say anything. Lu Yu. Surprised cheers sounded. Chu Luiyue looked over with a smile on his face. A familiar face appeared in front of him. It was Mu Hongyu. She had originally come with the people from Dragon Teeth Mountain, but when she saw Chu Luiyue from afar, she couldn't help but rush over first. I knew you would go too. Only the 3 of you are going to Chongshu Pavilion? Mu Hongyu had been busy cultivating with Jian Shai these few days, so she didn't know anything about the outside world. Chu Luiyue nodded. Senior brothers and senior sisters can't find the time, so they sent the three of us. A sneer came from the side. Song Qingnian had a mocking expression as he said to the person beside him, "Heh, you make it sound nice. Who doesn't know that Chongshu Pavilion is like this because they can't send anyone?" A Chongshu Pavilion with less than 100 people was actually ranked as one of the 4 major sects with them. It really made him feel proud. The smile on Chu Luiyue's face faded slightly. Mu Hongyu had already spoken with a cold smile. "Isn't it enough to send the 3 of them? I remember that many people here have participated in the sect conference, right? Could it be that any of you defeated Lu Yu?" Of course, not everyone at the sect conference could fight with Chu Luiyue. But who didn't know that she had defeated a rank 6 warrior? There were quite a number of people present who weren't even rank 6 warriors. Chu Luiyue was indeed strong. There was no doubt about that. The surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Song Qingnian frowned. "Who are you? How dare you be impudent in front of me?" Yang Qin whispered. "Senior brother Qingnian, she's that faint yuan body." Song Qingnian narrowed his eyes. "The slave that Jian Fengqi spent 6 million white crystal coins to buy." As soon as this was said, everyone looked over with subtle expressions. Everyone could hear the provocation in this sentence. In the Tianling dynasty, the status of a slave was inferior, but Mu Hongyu had the faint yuan body, so most people were more envious and jealous. With such a physique, would she still be afraid of being looked down upon when she became a powerhouse in the future? But if this identity was brought out alone, it was obvious that it was deliberately embarrassing. Chu Luiyue's face turned cold. A handsome young man had already walked forward and said calmly, "Hongyu is our disciple. Hongyu is the last disciple of our hill master. I wonder if young Master Song has any questions?" Song Qingnian's expression changed slightly. The surrounding people also revealed looks of astonishment. Mu Hongyu was actually Jian Shai's disciple. If that was the case, then her identity would be extraordinary. One had to know that Jian Shai had only accepted 3 disciples in all these years. Mu Hongyu was the 4th. Jian Shai didn't seem to care about her identity as a slave. And since he was willing to do so, it was enough to show how much he valued Mu Hongyu. In other words, he was Mu Hongyu's backer. Although Song Qingnian had always been arrogant and looked down on others, he wasn't stupid. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. Dragon Teeth Mountain's Jian Shai was an extremely protective person. Even his father didn't dare to go against Jian Shai, let alone him. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeves fiercely, and turned his face away. The young man walked in front of Chu Luiyue with a gentle and polite smile. "Miss Chu, I'm Zhu Hong. Before we came, the mountain master and young master instructed us to take care of you. I wonder if you're willing to come with us on this trip to Dahuang Swamp?" Jian Shai and Jian Fengqi? Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. Looking at Zhu Hong and the other sincere expressions, her eyebrows curved. "Sure. Thank you in advance. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 684. The relationships between the major sects varied. Upon seeing Dragon Teeth Mountain's attitude, it was obvious that they wanted to protect Chong Su Cabinet. Many people looked at each other with fear in their hearts. Ever since the sneak attack on the Chongshu Pavilion and its decline, Dragon Teeth Mountain had become the boss of all the sections. Although the Purple Shao Sword sect was not weak, it was still inferior to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Therefore, until now, they had tried their best to avoid conflict with Dragon Teeth Mountain. As for the other sects, there was no need to mention them. Chu Luiyue thought to herself, "I owe Dragon Teeth Mountain another favor this time." No matter what, this trip to Dahuang Swamp should save her a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although she was not afraid, she could not be bothered to deal with them one by one. Both sides introduced themselves to each other. The people of Dragon Teeth Mountain had seen or heard of Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou's strength. The talent that Yi Ranran displayed that day was also amazing. Therefore, they were very polite to the three of them. Although there were many disciples in Dragon Teeth Mountain, Jian Shai was upright and forthright, so most of the people in the sect were like him and did not have many tricks up their sleeves. Speaking of which, Jian Fengqi was the most rebellious and unruly person in Dragon Teeth Mountain. Therefore, Chu Liuyue's impression of Dragon Teeth Mountain had always been quite good. In short, after the two sides communicated with each other, they realized that they were quite compatible with each other and their relationship became closer. The surrounding people looked at them with complicated expressions. Some were curious, some were envious, and some were disdainful. However, Chu Luyue and Mu Hongyu did not take these seriously. The third princess has arrived. After waiting for a while, when everyone had basically arrived, Shang Guanwan finally appeared. The black cavalry on both sides had already cleared the road. Shang Guanwan walked over slowly. Standing behind her were two elders of the imperial family, Elder Qiushi and Elder Duan Mechun. Behind them was another person, Jiang Yucheng. The two of them were not married yet, so Jiang Yucheng did not walk side by side with Shang Guanwan. Seeing their arrival, the entire Pingliang square quieted down. Everyone bowed in unison. Long live the third princess. Chu Luyue, who was standing in the crowd, also followed suit and curtsied. When she lowered her head, a mocking look flashed across her eyes. Shang Guanwan must have been looking forward to this scene for a long time, right? When he got up again, Chu Liuyue's expression had returned to normal. Shang Guanwan stood still and swept her gaze over the crowd. This consort is heading to the Great Desolate Swamp this time to search for medicine for Imperial Father. Although the Great Desolate Swamp had supreme treasures, it was also extremely dangerous. I am truly grateful that all of you are willing to come along and lend me a hand. His words were spoken in a polite manner. If anyone can help this consort find the treasure she needs, this consort will definitely reward them handsomely. Apart from those few items, all the items that you find will belong to you. Hearing this, many people's eyes began to shine with desire. Those who dared to explore the Great Desolate Swamp all had this mentality. Now, Shang Guanwan said that apart from the items she wanted, the rest would belong to them. How could they not be excited? Many thanks to the third princess. Shang Guanwan smiled. I hope that everyone will have a smooth journey and that this trip will not be in vain. Vice Admiral Mu, please. Mu Qinghe stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. The 1,000 black cavalry will be divided into two teams. The first team will be in front and the second team will be behind. You must ensure the safety of the third princess and everyone else. As he spoke, he raised his right arm. The black guards behind him split into two neatly from the middle. The sound of iron boots stepping on the lapis lazuli ground was exceptionally powerful. The first team of 500 black cavalry walked onto the transportation formation. Then, Shang Guanwan and the others followed. Mu Qinghe stood beside her as if to protect her. Then, the disciples of the various large sects followed. Finally, it was the second team of 500 black cavalry. The people standing around all knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Farewell, third princess. Activate." Mu Qinghe ordered. The transportation formation spun faster and faster. Then, everyone's figures disappeared. The Great Desolate Swamp was extremely far from the West Hill. Even if they used the transportation formation, it would take a lot of time. Fortunately, this transportation formation was specially built and maintained daily, so there were not too many spatial turbulences. Everyone was in the middle of it, but they were not affected much. Although there were many people, Mu Qinghe had arranged for people to carry water pearls that were specially used in the transportation formation. They easily dispelled the darkness and illuminated many people. Such water pearls were expensive to make. Ordinary people could not afford even one. But who was the third princess? 100 or so was considered a small number. Such a scale of travel made many people secretly envious. The third princess is indeed extraordinary. She uses these water pearls as if they are free. Who are you, and who is the third princess? In a few months, the entire Tianling dynasty will be hers, let alone these water pearls. That's true. I heard that back then, when the Empress concubine went on an inspection tour, the scale seemed to be even bigger than this. It's a pity that the Empress concubine only brought the black cavalry back then, so we couldn't see anything. The Empress concubine's status is comparable to the current emperor. Even if she's a princess, she can still mobilize 100,000 black cavalry. The third princess hasn't. Naturally, she can't be compared. But that's all in the past. There's nothing to talk about. The people around were whispering. Their voices were very soft. But because Chu Luyue had already mastered the 5 treasures, she could hear most of it. She faintly smiled, seemingly inadvertently raising her head to look. In front, Mu Qinghe was standing beside Sheng Wanwan and whispering something. It seemed like she was explaining the situation in Dahuang Swamp. Your Highness, we have to first reach the teleportation formation in Shijiang, and then go to Dahuang Swamp from there. Within Dahuang Swamp, the miasma extends for hundreds of miles. We have to. Mu Qinghe said bit by bit, and Sheng Wanwan also listened carefully. From where Chu Luyue was, she couldn't see the expression on Sheng Wanwan's face, but she could see her nodding from time to time. She seemed to be very serious. The corner of Chu Luyue's lips moved, and she thought silently. Mu Qinghe's explanation was quite detailed. When she went to Dahuang Swamp back then, no one told her about all the dangers in such detail. She couldn't remember how many dangers she had encountered in the middle. What Mu Qinghe said was the experience she had gained from fighting in Dahuang Swamp for several years. It was also her experience. The world only knew that Mu Qinghe had volunteered to join the Black Cavalry. In 10 years, she had made outstanding military contributions. In the end, she had suppressed the rebel army in Dahuang Swamp and held military power in her hands. She had made great contributions to stabilize the position of the princess. However, very few people knew that the princess had also entered Dahuang Swamp several times. The current Mu Qinghe was very powerful, but he wasn't this powerful from 10 years ago. Without Sheng Guanyu's secret help, he might have died in Dahuang Swamp long ago. But now, these were all in the past. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 685. Chu Luyue listened nonchalantly, and his mood was calm without any ripples. It sounded like nothing major had happened in Dahuang Swamp for the past 2 years. With the Black Cavalry stationed there, it was naturally much more stable than before. However, those people were in charge of guarding. This time, Sheng Wanwan was going there to find a few herbs and the legendary fiend's blood. Thus, it was naturally more convenient for her to bring some people along. Sheng Wanwan was indeed listening very seriously, and she almost remembered every word Mu Qinghe said. She had never been to Dahuang Swamp before, and this was her first time. Rumors had it that the place was barren and dangerous, so she had no interest in it at all. If it weren't for the fact that she had to find a suitable place to carry out her plan, she might never step into Dahuang Swamp's land in her entire life. As for those legendary treasures and even the inheritance of the strong, why would the third princess of the Tianling dynasty care about these things? I will be promoted in a few months, and the entire Tianling dynasty will be mine then. Why should I risk my life in a place like Dahuang Swamp? Not mentioning the danger, I might not even find anything good there. Now that I'm listening to Mu Qinghe, I'll be more confident when the time comes. This is the general situation of Dahuang Swamp. If your highness has anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. The last general will definitely tell you everything he knows. After putting on the armor and leading the troops, Mu Qinghe's way of addressing herself changed. Sheng Wanwan curved her lips and smiled. I understand. Thank you, Vice Admiral Mu. If it weren't for you, this trip would have been very dangerous. Mu Qinghe lowered her head. Your Highness, you flatter me. This is what the last general should do. Vice Admiral Mu, you don't have to be humble. When we reach Dahuang Swamp, we might have to trouble you even more. Don't you think so, Yucheng? As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Yucheng at the side. However, Jiang Yuqing was thinking about something and actually fell into deep thought, so he didn't hear her. Shang Guanwan was dazed. Yuqing? Yuqing? Jiang Yuqing came back to his senses and looked up at her. What happened? Shang Guanwan frowned slightly when she saw that he seemed to have woken up from a dream. Along the way, for some reason, Jiang Yuqing seemed absent-minded. Mu Qinghe's words were so important, but he didn't listen. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Yuqing didn't seem to have been to the Great Desolate Swamp, right? He was such a cautious person. Logically speaking, he should be very concerned about these things. His nonchalant manner was indeed a little strange. Didn't you hear what Vice Admiral Mu said just now? Jiang Yuqing coughed and straightened his collar. Oh, Vice Admiral Mu has already told me about this. Shang Guanwan was skeptical. Mu Qinghe was his woman, so it was normal for her to tell him this in advance. But he wasn't in the right state. Thinking of this, worry surfaced in her eyes. Yuqing, are you okay? Are you too tired these few days? I know that he's been looking for the person who tried to assassinate me recently. Could it be that he's like this because he's exhausted himself over this matter? Jiang Yuqing's eyes flickered, but he didn't admit or deny it. Maybe a little. But I've already handed the matters in Xiling City to Sun Qi and the rest. Shang Guanwan looked at his expression and thought that she had guessed correctly. That's true. Jiang Yuqing is now in a high position, yet he was suddenly assassinated by an unknown person. Furthermore, he couldn't find the culprit even after searching for a few days. It's inevitable that his reputation will be tarnished. Sun Qi has always been good at doing things. Don't worry too much. Jiang Yuqing smiled and nodded. He glanced behind him without batting an eyelid, then quickly retracted his gaze. After a while, he suddenly asked, Do you remember? I remember that Mu Hongyu has a faint yuan body. Mu Qinghe nodded. Shang Guanwan strangely asked, Why? What's the matter? Why did you suddenly mention her? Nothing. I'm just curious because I heard them say a few words when I came over just now. After all, such a physique hasn't appeared in this mainland for thousands of years. I heard that people with such a physique can casually travel through space. Yeah. Back then, Yuxiang Hall seemed to have spent quite a lot of effort to capture her. If it weren't so rare, why would Jian Fengqi bear to spend 6 million white crystals to bid for her? Even though Shang Guanwan spent most of her time in the palace, she knew everything that happened outside. Actually, when she saw Mu Hongyu just now, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. But other than looking a little cute and lively, I can't see anything special for the time being. However, I didn't expect Dragon Teeth Mountain's mountain master to take her in as a disciple. Shang Guanwan's tone was calm. In her heart, she looked down on people who were born as slaves. However, Jian Shai didn't value these things very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on marrying that ordinary woman as his wife. Speaking of which, Jian Shai and Jian Fengqi could be considered her benefactors. It seems that she has a good relationship with Chu Luiyue and the others. Shang Guanwan frowned slightly. Mu Qinghe explained. Your Highness, eldest young master. Mu Hongyu is actually also from country Yaochen. And they used to be students in the same academy. No wonder. Shang Guanwan nodded in understanding. In her heart, she hated Mu Hongyu and Chu Luiyue even more. Jiang Yuqing looked at Mu Hongyu meaningfully. Could she be the person who broke into the zither room and stole the zither that day? After an unknown period of time, a ray of light finally appeared in the darkness ahead. We're here. Mu Qinghe said in a deep voice. Everyone quieted down and was somewhat nervous. The white light in front of them expanded rapidly. An exit finally appeared in front of everyone. The black cavalry at the front took the lead and walked out. Then, Shang Guanwan and the others followed. Yi Ranran was a little worried but also a little excited. Are we in Dahuang Swamp when we go out? Chu Luiyue opened her mouth and wanted to say, not yet, but in the end, she swallowed her words. The few of them followed the crowd and walked out. After a burst of force, there was a lot of light in front of them. The white light in front of Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed, and she felt that her feet finally stepped on solid ground. She closed her eyes and waited for her eyes to adapt to the light before looking forward. A vast and boundless desert suffused with a dazzling golden color. The hills rose and fell, and heat waves surged. Due to the blazing heat, even the void seemed to have become distorted. Exclamations could be heard around them. "So this is Dahuang Swamp," Mu Qinghe said. "This is only the edge of Shijiang. The real Dahuang Swamp needs to be further in." The person who spoke quickly shut up awkwardly. Many people were shocked. This wasn't Dahuang Swamp? Then what was the real Dahuang Swamp like? Mu Qinghe made a gesture. Team 1. Open. The 500 black cavalry at the front immediately turned around and marched to the side. In a moment, they arrived about 500 steps away from the teleportation array. Everyone shouted in a low voice and attacked at the same time. In an instant, yellow sand flew everywhere. A huge teleportation array appeared in the desert. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, the teleportation array that she personally set up is still there. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 686. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Chu Luyue turned around and saw that it was the people from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. This was said by the leader of the group. He looked to be in his late 20s. He was tall and thin with an ordinary face, and the ends of his hair had a faint purple hue. Song Qingnian? Chu Luyue recognized him. This person was the eldest son of the sect master of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, Song Lian. He was also the young master of the Purple Cloud Sword sect. His talent wasn't bad. If he remembered correctly, he had just broken through to the 7th rank 2 years ago. Now, it seemed like he didn't continue to break through. However, with his realm and strength, it was normal for him to look down on Chu Luyue, who was only at the 5th rank. Senior brother Qingnian, he is the champion of the Wanjing Association. Moreover, he won against 3 people in the sect meeting. It's inevitable for him to be a little arrogant. Chu Luyue glanced at the woman who was speaking behind him. Right, she was also an acquaintance. Yang Xian, She seemed to be persuading Song Qingnian, but she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Chu Luyue looked innocent. I was just standing here just now. I don't think I said anything. Why are you so smug? Yang Xian, was speechless. Song Qingnian was still the old Taoist. He scanned Chu Luyue from head to toe as if he didn't hear what she said. It's just a small fight. Xian, when you see more of the world in the future, you will naturally not take this kind of seriously. If you cultivate well in the future, how could you lose to her? Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and secretly admired him. It hadn't been long, but Yang Xian was already doing so well in the Purple Firmament Sword sect. Even Song Qingnian spoke to her like this. In her memory, Song Qingnian was very arrogant because of his identity as the young master of the Purple Firmament Sword sect. Now, it seemed that this bad habit hadn't changed at all. Yang Xian seemed to blush. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Qingnian. Song Qingnian looked at her and smiled. He patted her arm and led his men to the other side. Yi Ranran was furious and wanted to go forward to argue with them. Chu Luyue pulled her back and shook his head gently. Yi Ranran was angry. Luyue, are you going to let that person off just like that? Chu Luyue smiled. It's just a few words. I didn't lose anything. Why should I be calculative with them? I don't know how many people have said that about me in private. Am I going to pursue every single one of them? But they did it in front of me. Everyone is almost here. Let's keep a low profile to avoid more trouble. Yi Ranran seemed to be holding back her anger, but seeing Chu Liuyue's firm attitude, she could only listen. Yi Ranran felt like she was holding back her anger, but seeing Chu Liuyue's firm attitude, she could only obey. What's there to be proud of as the young master of the Purple Firmament Sword sect? When he was your age, he was far inferior to you. When he was your age, Luyue, he was far worse than you. I know. Song Qingmian was a few years older than her. Back then, he wasn't convinced of her strength and challenged her to a duel. Song Qingmian was a few years older than her. Back then, he was not convinced of her strength and challenged her to a duel. Song Qingmian was a few years older than her. Back then, he hadn't been convinced by her and had challenged her to a duel. Chang Wanzhou cast a cold glance at Song Qingmian and retracted his gaze. Song Qingmian felt a chill run down his spine. He looked back but didn't discover anything. Chu Luyue and the other two were talking in low voices. Their expressions were calm, and they even laughed occasionally. It was as if they didn't care about what he had said. Song Qingmian sneered. Qin, you're right. This Chu Luyue is really arrogant. When we reach the Great Desolate Swamp, she'll be in trouble. Yang Qin lowered her head and didn't say anything. Luyue. Cheers of surprise could be heard. Chu Luyue looked over, her face full of smiles. A familiar face appeared in front of her. It was Mu Hongyu. She had originally come with the people from Dragon Tooth Mountain. However, when she saw Chu Luyue from afar, she couldn't help but rush over first. I knew you'd go as well. Are only the three of you from the Void Rush Pavilion going? Mu Hongyu had been busy cultivating with Jian Shai over the past few days. She didn't know anything about what was going on outside. Chu Luyue nodded. My senior brothers and sisters couldn't find the time, so they sent the three of us. A sneer could be heard from the side. Song Qingmian had a mocking look on his face as he said to the person beside him, you make it sound so nice. Who doesn't know that the Void Rush Pavilion is like this because they can't send anyone? The Void Rush Pavilion, which had less than 100 people, was actually on par with them as one of the four major sects. The smile on Chu Luyue's face was slightly faint. However, Mu Hongyu had already sneered. Isn't it enough to send the three of them? I remember that many of you here have participated in the sect conference, right? Could it be that any of you won against Lu Yu? Of course, not everyone could fight against Chu Luyue at the sect conference. However, who didn't know that she had defeated a rank 6 warrior? Among the people present, there were many who were not even rank 6 martial artists. Chu Luyue was indeed strong. There was no doubt about that. The surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Song Qingmian frowned. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Yang Xian said in a low voice. Senior brother Qingmian, she is that virtual essence body. Song Qingmian narrowed his eyes. The slave that Jian Fengqi spent 6 million white crystal coins to buy. As soon as he said that, everyone looked over with subtle expressions. Everyone could hear the provocation in this sentence. In the Tianling dynasty, slaves were of a lower status. However, Mu Hongyu had a virtual essence body, so most people were more envious and jealous of her. With such a body, would she still be afraid of being looked down upon when she became an expert in the future? However, if this identity was brought out alone, it was obvious that she was deliberately trying to embarrass people. Chu Luyue's face turned cold. A handsome young man walked forward and said calmly, Hongyu is the last disciple of our mountain master. Hongyu is our mountain chieftain's last disciple. May I know if young Lord Song has any questions? Song Qingmian's expression changed slightly. The people around him were also surprised. Mu Hongyu was Jian Shai's last disciple? If that was the case, then her identity was extraordinary. After so many years, Jian Shai had only accepted 3 disciples. Mu Hongyu was the 4th. Jian Shai didn't seem to care about her identity as a slave. Since he was willing to do this, it was enough to show how much he valued Mu Hongyu. In other words, he was Mu Hongyu's backer. Although Song Qingmian had always been arrogant and looked down on people, he wasn't stupid. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. Jian Shai of the Dragon Tooth Mountain was an extremely protective person. Even his father didn't dare to go against Jian Shai, let alone him. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and turned his face away. The young man walked in front of Chu Luyue. He smiled warmly and politely. "Miss Chu, I am Zhu Hong. Before we came, the mountain master and the young master told us to take good care of you. Would you be willing to come with us on this trip to the great desolate swamp?" Jian Shai and Jian Fengqi. Chu Luyue froze for a moment. When she saw the sincere expressions on the faces of Zhu Hong and the others, her eyebrows curved. "All right. Thank you in advance. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website." Chapter 687. She had used a special method to forcefully store the force in her body. Although it was quite a lot, it couldn't withstand such a long period of consumption. One had to know that she couldn't absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it into her own force. Who knew how long it would take for her to come out of the mystic forest? Just as Shangguanwan was hesitating, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the distant sky. The originally clear sky quickly darkened. From afar, it looked like a drop of thick ink had suddenly spread out on a blue painting. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded through the forest. It made one's mind tremble. "What's that?" Shangguanwan faintly sensed a dangerous aura and asked. Mu Qinghe took a look and said, "That should be a high-level fiend about to break through. To be able to cause such a phenomenon. Could it be a 9th-grade fiend?" Although a normal high-level fiend's breakthrough would cause quite a commotion, it definitely wouldn't be to this extent. The dark clouds in the sky quickly gathered and expanded, beginning to cover the vast mystic forest. The last general has never seen such a situation before, but it should be a 9th-grade fiend. Jiang Yucheng, who was beside him, finally spoke. Shangguanwan's eyes lit up. The worry and uneasiness in her heart all dissipated, leaving only curiosity and desire. If that 9th-grade fiend could successfully break through, it would be a divine beast. By then, not only would she be able to obtain the divine beast's blood, but she would also be able to take the divine beast under her command. Once her Yuan meridian recovered, she would be able to form an official contract. To be able to command a divine beast, just thinking about it made her excited. One had to know that in the entire Tianling dynasty, apart from the Taizu, no one had ever formed a contract with a divine beast. Even Shangguanyu back then had only formed a contract with a 9th-grade 9-colored heavenly pheasant. It was still a step away from becoming a divine beast. And this step might seem simple, but it was actually a huge gap. If she could form a contract with a divine beast, she would be able to easily crush Shangguanyu. Shangguanwan slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. Her throat was a little dry, and the blood in her body seemed to be flowing faster. Along the way, she had heard too many comments about Shangguanyu. No, it should be said that ever since she occupied this position, she had been compared to Shangguanyu. Whether it was her talent in cultivation, the realm she had reached, or even her appearance and demeanor, everything was unavoidable. And she was almost completely defeated. Even though Shangguanyu had died in an undignified manner, it was still irreplaceable in many people's eyes. What about her? Not only did he have to try his best to cover up his physical condition every day, but he also had to deal with all kinds of things that happened in the Tianling dynasty. He also had to be under the spotlight of Shangguanyu. Shangguanyu was like this when he was alive. She was already dead, but her soul still lingered around. Shangguanwan had had enough. This made her extremely eager to quickly recover her Yuan meridian and increase her strength. She wanted to prove to everyone that she was better than Shangguanyu. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. This time, I will definitely obtain the divine beast's blood for my father. With that said, Shangguanwan moved forward, heading straight for the direction where the dark clouds were gathering. Jiang Yucheng looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His expression froze for a moment before he followed Shangguanwan. Mu Qinghe quickly led the way with his men. The group of people headed toward the mystic forest in a grandiose manner. After passing through the gray triangle, the group entered the mystic forest. At first glance, this forest looked no different from an ordinary forest. However, because Mu Qinghe had warned them of the dangers, everyone used their force to set up a barrier around themselves before entering the mystic forest. Chu Luiyue looked up at the lush forest. His eyes flickered slightly as he asked the legendary three-eyed eagle in his mind. Do you know what kind of demonic beast is breaking through in there? The legendary three-eyed eagle was a divine beast, so it should be able to sense this. It's quite far from here, and the other party seems to be hiding its aura on purpose. I can't tell what kind of demonic beast it is for now. The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice was much lower and colder. However, to be able to hide its aura so thoroughly, it shouldn't be an ordinary person. Chu Luiyue was also a little surprised. It seemed that there was really an extraordinary existence in this mystic forest. She hid the expression in her eyes. Like the others, she used her force to set up a barrier around herself and walked forward. In the forest, there were thick piles of fallen leaves. Stepping on them, they made a squeaking sound. A gentle breeze blew over, causing the leaves to rustle. Other than these sounds, the entire forest was quiet. Many people couldn't hide their curiosity. As they walked, they looked around. At a glance, this mystic forest seemed no different from an ordinary forest. However, thinking of Mu Qinghe's previous warning, everyone was still cautious, afraid that something would go wrong. After entering the lush forest, it was difficult to see the situation in the distance. However, the roars that came from time to time became clearer and clearer. This made Shengguan feel a little relieved. They were indeed getting closer and closer. Why is it so quiet here? After walking for a distance, Jiang Yuqing was the first to sense that something was wrong and asked. Elder Chushi stroked his beard and explained, probably because a 9th grade magical beast is about to break through here, so the other magical beasts are temporarily hiding? Rumor has it that when a magical beast of this level breaks through, it will summon Tianlei. Only by enduring it can it be considered a success and become a real divine beast. Ordinary magical beasts naturally have to be obedient. Elder Duanmu Chun beside him also nodded in agreement. Elder Qiushi is right. This kind of scene has only appeared in rumors. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as we arrived at the Great Desolate Swamp. I have to say that it's a great blessing. In this world, there were countless people who wanted to see it but couldn't. Hearing this, Jiang Yuqing was relieved. I see. Elder Qiushi smiled and said, didn't Vice Admiral Mu also say that he has never seen such a scene? I think it's because Her Royal Highness the Third Princess disregarded the danger and came to find the medicine in person. That's why we just happened to make it in time. Shengguan was also in a good mood. As long as I can help Father, I can do anything. Besides, with everyone accompanying me, I have even less fear. Now, as long as we can find that magical beast, wait for it to break through to become a divine beast, then take its blood and bring it back to Father. At this moment, the sky above everyone's heads suddenly darkened. Many people looked up. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be that the dark clouds have gathered here? It can't be so fast, right? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Look! That tree is moving. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 688. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless pairs of eyes followed that person's hand and saw a tree that was as thick as a person moving slowly to the right of the group. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be something moving under the thick layer of leaves. And it was this movement that caused the tree to move to the side. Poof! A tree root that was as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from the fallen leaves. It turned out that there were several roots of the tree under the pile of leaves. Seeing this strange scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Qinghe glanced at it and explained with a straight face, it's just a small matter. This is Wan Yeshan. Its roots are buried very shallowly underground, and it can move on its own under special circumstances. Everyone was enlightened. I see, Dahuang Swamp is indeed Dahuang Swamp, even the trees are different. That gave me a fright just now. I thought something big was going to happen. Wait a minute, didn't Lieutenant Mu just say that it would only move under special circumstances? So, is it doing this because the 9th grade fiend is about to break through? Other than the Black Cavalry, the disciples of the other sects were all discussing. Mu Hongyu was watching when she suddenly felt something and looked towards her arms. It was the golden mane bear cub that came out. It hugged Mu Hongyu's arm and shook its head uneasily, as if it was warning her about something. Song Song. What's wrong? Mu Hongyu asked curiously. The golden mane bear cub let out a low whimper and turned to look at the moving Wan Yeshan. It then started making a fuss in Mu Hongyu's arms again. Almost a year had passed, and the golden mane bear cub had grown a lot. Mu Hongyu could barely hold it in her arms with its current size. If it kept moving around, Mu Hongyu wouldn't be able to handle it. She tried to comfort Song Song in her arms while looking at Chu Luyue. She lowered her voice and asked worriedly, Luyu, do you feel that something is wrong? Song Song wouldn't act like this for no reason. It seems a little uneasy. Chu Luyue followed the golden mane bear cub's gaze and frowned. She had seen Wan Yeshan escape before, so she wasn't shocked when she saw this. But the golden mane bear cub did look a little strange. Could it be because of the 9th grade fiend that was about to break through? Thinking of this, Chu Luyue shouted in her heart. Dumpling. As soon as she said that, a red shadow appeared in front of her. Tuanzi blinked its round eyes and looked at the golden mane bear cub in Mu Hongyu's arms. It was deep in thought. Then, it jumped into Chu Luyue's arms. Then, Chu Luyue easily caught its tail. With a gentle tug, the claws that had just reached the coat were forced to let go. Don't learn good things. Chu of her of a hand of song of her. Dumpling, which was hanging upside down in her arms, also swayed. We're both fiends, but why is there such a big difference? It just missed its master's embrace. The guy next to it was so big, but its master didn't even dislike it. On the other hand, it couldn't even touch a strand of its master's hair. Comparing beasts really makes beasts angry. Looking at Dumpling's watery eyes, Chu Luyue was indifferent. She asked, do you feel that something is wrong? Dumpling was stunned. It hugged her wrist and turned around. Then, it obediently squatted on her hand and turned to look at Wan Yeshan, who was moving away. A dark light flashed in its eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Then, it scratched its head and looked at Chu Luyue. It shook its head hard. Nothing. Look. Wan Yeshan over there is moving too. A voice came from the crowd. And over there. No. It seems like all the trees here are moving. It was unknown who had shouted. The whole group was silent for a moment. Chu Luyue looked around and her expression turned serious. As expected. All the Wan Yeshan around her were moving quietly. The key was that they were moving in different directions. At a glance, it was extremely chaotic. Chu Luyue had seen such a situation before. But that time, only one area of Wan Yeshan moved, and they were all moving in the same direction to avoid danger. But now, Dumpling climbed onto her shoulder and obediently curled into a ball. It seemed to unintentionally glance at the golden mane bear cub. The golden mane bear cub seemed to have felt something. It gradually calmed down and leaned into Mu Hongyu's arms. Mu Hongyu saw that it had finally calmed down. She calmed it down and coaxed it for a while before finally letting it go back. She said uncertainly, it was probably shocked by the 9th grade fiend just now. Chu Luyue knitted her brows slightly as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Vice Admiral Mu, what's going on with these Wan Yeshan? When Shang Wanwan saw this, she panicked a little. Mu Qinghe's expression was serious. The last general has never encountered such a situation before. Shang Wanwan's expression was a little ugly. Her tone was a little sarcastic. Vice Admiral Mu, you've been in Dahuang Swamp for 10 years, and you've never seen this place? It seems like you don't know this place that well. Mu Qinghe's brows moved slightly. Her voice was a little cold. Dahuang Swamp is vast. Other than this mystic forest, there are many other dangerous places. The last general led the army to quell the rebellion. Wherever the enemy is, we will fight. Naturally, it's impossible for us to stay in one place and not move. But the last general dares to say that no one in the Tianling dynasty is more familiar with this place than the last general. If the last general has never seen it, then it's even more impossible for the others to have seen it. Shang Wanwan was embarrassed by her words. Her face was red and white. Sensing the various gazes from the surrounding people, Shang Wanwan only felt embarrassed. This consort was just asking casually. Vice Admiral Mu, why do you have to be like this? She only said one sentence, but Mu Qinghe refuted her so much. And in front of everyone. He really didn't take her seriously. Jiang Yuqing frowned and looked at Shang Wanwan disapprovingly. They had to rely on Mu Qinghe for this trip. She actually questioned his ability at this time. Wasn't she just looking for trouble? Mu Qinghe had been fighting here for several years and had experienced life and death. To him, these words should be the most serious humiliation. That's enough, Vice Admiral Mu won't lie. Since he said that he hasn't seen it, it can only mean that this matter is indeed strange. It's very likely that there's a 9th grade magical beast trying to break through there. Don't be too calculative. The most important thing now is to find that 9th grade magical beast, isn't it? If we're late, won't all our efforts be in vain? Jiang Yuqing came out to smooth things over. At the mention of the 9th grade magical beast, Shang Wanwan finally swallowed the anger in her heart and continued to walk forward. She had to hurry. After all, the force stored in her body was constantly being depleted. Your Highness, the situation is chaotic now. Please don't be rash. Mu Qinghe had just opened his mouth when an angry roar suddenly came from afar. Crack. The ground under everyone's feet instantly cracked. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 689. Protect Her Highness. Elder Qiushi reacted very quickly and shouted loudly. The people around them, especially the black cavalry, rushed over. But even though they were fast, the ground cracked even faster. Ravines quickly spread out. Everyone scattered and fled. Even so, some people still fell into the cracks in the ground. The whole team immediately fell into chaos. Many of the slower Wan Yeshan also couldn't escape the fate of falling into the cracks. Looking at the many broken or even disappearing Wan Yeshan, Chu Luyue finally understood why they fled in such a hurry just now. Crack. A muffled sound was heard. Chu Luyue looked down and saw a crack spreading rapidly from her feet. Dumpling suddenly jumped up from her shoulder and ran forward. Dumpling! Chu Luyue exclaimed. Then, she saw Dumpling passing through those cracks and running toward the depths of the mystic forest. Come back. Dumpling paused, turned around, and glanced at her. Then, it went inside again. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. Is this Dumpling calling me over? What does it want to do? Chu Luyue didn't have time to think. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed it. Lu Yu, where are you going? Mu Hongyu only saw a blur before Chu Luyue disappeared on the spot. She looked confused as she followed Chu Liyue's back view and shouted. A cold wind blew past her ears. It turned out that Chang Wanzhou had already followed behind her silently. Hey, Mu Hongyu wanted to call out to them, but she saw that the two of them had gradually disappeared into the distance. She glanced at Yi Ranran. What do we do now? Yi Ranran's eyes widened. Follow them, of course. Before she came, she told the pavilion master and master that she definitely wouldn't be a burden to Lu Yu and Wanzhou. Even if what lay ahead was unknown and dangerous, she still had to go. Mu Hongyu nodded firmly. Good. Let's go. After that, the two of them took a deep breath and followed him almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the four of them left one after another. At this moment, the forest was in a state of chaos. The ground was filled with crevices, and everyone was trying their best to escape. For a moment, no one noticed that these people had disappeared. On the other hand, with the help of Elder Qiushi and Elder Duanmu, Sheng Guanwan was much more relaxed. After an unknown period of time, the chaotic situation finally calmed down. The ground was covered with gullies that were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Some of them were even wide enough to swallow a person. It was a horrifying sight. In just a short while, countless trees were destroyed in the originally lush forest. Many people were injured because they couldn't dodge in time. Broken wood, broken leaves, dust, blood. At first glance, it was a complete mess. Sheng Guanwan took a deep breath. Her face was still filled with anger and panic. What exactly is going on? Could it be an earthquake? Mu Qinghe frowned. She glanced at the sky that was getting darker and darker. I'm afraid, that's not it. If I'm not wrong, this should be caused by that 9th grade fiend. Jiang Yuqing followed Mu Qinghe's line of sight and looked over. What kind of fiend is it? It hasn't broken through to become a divine beast, but it has such powerful strength? It wasn't that he hadn't seen a 9th grade fiend before. Not to mention others, just Sheng Guanyu back then had a 9th grade 9-colored heavenly pheasant. But it didn't seem to be this powerful. With just a roar, it actually cracked the ground within a radius of several miles. Sheng Guanwan bit her lip. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, she was a little afraid, but on the other hand, she also wanted to see what kind of fiend it was. It's already so powerful when it hasn't broken through. When it really becomes a divine beast. Wouldn't it be even more unimaginable? Jiang Yuqing unintentionally moved his feet and suddenly felt that he seemed to have stepped on something strange. He looked down. What's this? After sweeping away the fallen leaves and dust, he then saw that he was actually stepping on a thumb-sized tree root. So it's Wan Yishan's tree root. Jiang Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The commotion just now was too big, and many Wan Yishan trees collapsed one after another. The tree roots were all exposed outside. He lifted his leg and wanted to kick that tree root away. But the moment his leg touched that tree root, he saw that the tree root suddenly elongated and directly wrapped around his leg. Jiang Yuqing knitted his brows and vaguely felt that something was amiss. He lifted his leg and wanted to break free, but he realized that the tree root was very tightly wrapped around him. Jiang Yuqing's face turned cold, and he swung his knife. Chew! That tree root suddenly swung and threw Jiang Yuqing into a deep gully. Yucheng! Eldest young master! When the crowd saw this scene, they all exclaimed in shock. Quite a few people rushed over and wanted to pull Jiang Yuqing. But due to the chaos just now, the crowd wasn't close to each other. In addition, things happened too suddenly, so they didn't even have time to do anything. Jiang Yuqing's figure disappeared into that gully. Vice Admiral Mu. What's going on? Questioned Sheng Guanwan angrily. But before Mu Qinghe could say anything, he suddenly felt that something was amiss and looked down. His legs were actually tightly wrapped around by the tree root at some point in time. In actual fact, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone present encountered the same thing at the same time. Chew! Chew chew! However, in the blink of an eye, the others were also thrown into different gullies. Even Sheng Guanwan didn't have time to say anything before she was directly dragged down by the tree root beside her feet. Very quickly, everyone's figures disappeared into the forest. Then, the gullies on the ground slowly closed up. As for the rolling leaf firs that had collapsed and torn apart, they quickly recovered to their original state. A gust of wind blew past, and countless fallen leaves piled up. The mystic forest returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Roar! That earth-shattering roar was heard again. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the entire forest was dark. A faint red mist began to spread out. Wherever the red mist drifted, the leaves quickly withered and then fell down. In just a short while, the originally lush foliage had all fallen off, leaving only the bare trees. But everything didn't stop. Red mist rose in spirals, and without a sound, the tree branches also withered. Needless to say, the tree trunks curled up and shrunk very badly. At one glance, under the dark sky, the withered trees in this forest actually looked like skeletons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was eerie and terrifying. Dumpling's speed was extremely fast, and she kept running inside. Every time she ran a certain distance, she would turn back to look at Chu Luiyue to make sure that she was following her. Then, she would continue to move forward. Chu Luiyue followed closely behind like this. Dumpling was fine just now. It was only when the ground began to crack that she suddenly became strange. The more she went in, the more Chu Luiyue was sure of her guess. Dumpling really wanted to take her somewhere. Looking at Dumpling's nimble figure, Chu Luiyue's heart was filled with doubts. How could Dumpling be so familiar with this mystic forest? Digression, it seemed that the update system had gone crazy again. She didn't know if these chapters could be displayed normally. Continue at 6 p.m. Mobile users who want to add more chapters, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 690. For a moment, Chu Luiyue even thought that Dumpling had been here before. However, this thought only flashed past her mind. The first time she saw Dumpling was in the forest outside country Yao Chen's capital. This was the Tianling dynasty's Dahuang swamp. The two places were thousands of miles apart, and there was also heaven's canopy. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible. Chu Luiyue followed Dumpling and kept moving forward. Chang Wanzhou quickly caught up. After a while, Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran also came over. Chu Luiyue was relieved to see that everyone was safe and sound. Dumpling left too suddenly just now, and she didn't have time to explain to them. Mu Hongyu followed Chu Luiyue and couldn't help but ask. Luyu, where are we going now? The mystic forest was eerily quiet. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. In addition, the golden mane bear cub's agitation made her feel uneasy. Chu Luiyue shook her head gently. Dumpling suddenly went in that direction. I don't know where it's going either. Mu Hongyu looked ahead and saw Dumpling waiting for them. It seemed like it didn't suddenly run away for no reason. Is Dumpling bringing us somewhere? Mu Hongyu asked softly. Chu Luiyue nodded. I think so. She didn't know what was going on either. Ah! Look! Yi Ranran, who was following behind them, suddenly exclaimed. He couldn't hide the shock in his voice. Chu Luiyue and the rest heard the sound and immediately turned around. When they saw it, shock flashed across their faces. He saw that the forest behind them had been covered by a black cloud at some point in time, and it was incomparably gloomy. As for those originally lush trees, they had all withered at some point in time, leaving only bare and shriveled silhouettes. In the dark shadows, it was like a malicious spirit had crawled out from the ground. It was arrogant and unbridled. It was terrifying. What's going on? Mu Hongyu stuttered, her eyes full of shock. Who would have thought that the forest that was fine just now would become like this in the blink of an eye? Where are those people? Those people, Mu Hongyu's hand trembled as she pointed at the ghostly place. There seemed to be no one there. Chu Luiyue's pupils constricted as she stared intently. Vaguely, one could see a red mist drifting in the woods. Yi Ranran was the youngest. When she saw this scene, she was also frightened and couldn't help but ask, Is it because we walked too far, so we can't see them? They should still be there, right? The rest of them didn't speak. There was an eerie silence around them. Yi Ranran's eyes reddened as tears welled up in her eyes. She subconsciously looked at Chu Luiyue as if she was asking for help. Luyu, what's going on? In fact, she also knew how unreliable her conjecture was. They were indeed a distance away, but there were thousands of people there. If they were still there, how could they not see them? Although the forest was dark, if one looked carefully, they could still see the outlines of the trees and leaves. It didn't make sense that so many people couldn't see them. The most terrifying thing was that those people had disappeared without a trace. If she hadn't inadvertently turned around to take a look, she probably wouldn't have known that such a big thing had happened. Chu Luiyue pulled her over and comforted her. Don't worry. That should be the miasma in the mystic forest. The miasma is extremely poisonous and can cause people to hallucinate. The miasma has already spread in this direction. Maybe what we're seeing now isn't the real scene. Yi Ranran felt a little relieved. Oh really? Chu Luiyue gave her a reassuring look and patiently persuaded her. Think about it. We're all fine. There are so many of them. How could anything happen to them? Not to mention the elders and the disciples of the sect, just the black cavalry alone is extremely strong. With Vice Admiral Mu leading them, they should be fine. Hearing this, Yi Ranran felt that it made sense and couldn't help but believe it more. Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiyue with a hint of worry in her eyes. Chu Luiyue shook his head calmly. No matter what, this place is very dangerous now. We have to leave as soon as possible. When it's safe, we'll think of a way to meet up with those people. Yi Ranran was very convinced by Chu Luiyue and quickly nodded in agreement. With Chu Luiyue around, she felt like she had a pillar of support. The only thing she could do now was to try her best not to cause trouble. Seeing that Chang Wanzhou and Mu Hongyu next to her seemed calmer than him, Yi Ranran felt guilty and blamed himself. I'll listen to Lu Yu. Chu Luiyue finally looked up. The countless withered trees in the shadows were like human-shaped skeletons, screaming and groaning in pain. She hid the emotions in her eyes and turned to continue chasing after Dumpling. Let's go. The few of them were extremely fast, and the wind whistled in their ears. As Chu Luiyue ran forward quickly, she thought about everything that had just happened. The red fog was miasma, but it was not just miasma. She had been to the mystic forest before. Generally speaking, miasma would only appear in the forest in the evening. But now, not only was the time wrong, but the color was also wrong. The real miasma was pale white, no different from ordinary smog, and not this strange red color. Moreover, she had never seen those trees in such a state. If they had been there just now. Chu Luiyue looked up at Dumpling in front of her and frowned. Could it be that? Dumpling knew that something like this would happen, so she deliberately led them away? But how did Dumpling know? It even knew where to run to. Chu Luiyue had long known that Dumpling was different from ordinary blood ferrets, but only now did she realize that she seemed to have underestimated it. Perhaps it was because the scene just now was too impactful, but for the next period of time, the few of them remained silent. No one spoke, and they just moved forward at full speed. Even if they did not turn back, they seemed to be able to feel the invisible chill approaching. After an unknown period of time, Dumpling stopped again. This time, it did not continue to move forward. Chu Luiyue rushed to Dumpling's side in a spurt of energy. Chang Wanzhou and the others followed closely. After standing still, Chu Luiyue realized that there was a small stream flowing in front of Dumpling. It squatted on the shore obediently. Dumpling. Chu Luiyue called out to it. Dumpling raised its head and jumped onto her shoulder. Then, it raised its paw and pointed at the stream. Chu Luiyue looked intently and her gaze froze. The stream was sparkling with colorful light. It was incomparably gorgeous. Digression, I had something to do at home in the afternoon, so I'm sorry. The 5th update is about 9 o'clock. To express my apology, I'll update tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 691. On the whole, the stream was extremely clear. Only when one got closer and took a closer look could one see the fine rainbow-colored light in the stream. It was as if someone had ground up rainbow-colored crystals and scattered them into the stream. The light was brilliant and incomparably gorgeous. Compared to the scene just now, it was a completely different world. Chu Luiyue glanced sideways at Dumpling. Dumpling stretched out its paw and pointed forward, looking at her eagerly. You want us to go up along the stream? Chu Luiyue asked tentatively. Dumpling nodded crazily. Chu Luiyue turned her head and looked at the upstream of the stream. The stream was very narrow. Chu Luiyue could cross it by taking a step forward. It seemed to flow from the depths of the forest and headed in a direction. Chu Luiyue looked along the stream and narrowed her eyes. The source of the stream seemed to be roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. It was deafening. Compared to the previous roars, this roar was clearly much clearer. In other words, they were closer to the 9th grade magical beast that was about to break through. And this roar also made Chu Luiyue certain that the stream was indeed flowing from the direction of the magical beast. In fact, the rainbow-colored light in the stream was also related to the magical beast. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and then walked forward. Chang Wanzhou and the others immediately followed silently. It seemed that Chu Luiyue had unknowingly become the leader among them. It was as if with her around, all problems would be solved. There was always a kind of person in this world who could become the most dazzling and important existence no matter where they were. Chu Luiyue was such a person. Although this place was full of danger, they still followed her forward unconsciously. The few of them walked along the stream and gradually walked deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the larger the stream became, and the colorful light in it became more and more intense. Gradually, the color of the stream began to change. As Chu Luiyue walked, he looked at the stream and thought to himself. The power contained in the stream was becoming more and more abundant. This made her even more curious about what was at the upper reaches of the stream. Along the way, the surroundings were still quiet. Listening carefully, there were only the creaking sounds of them walking through the forest, the rustling of the leaves, and the gurgling of the stream. Other than that, there was no other movement. Didn't Vice Admiral Mu say that there are many high-level magical beasts here? Why haven't we seen a single one after we've been here for so long? The fear in Yi Ranran's heart had gradually dissipated, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Not to mention high-level magical beasts, I haven't even seen the shadow of a low-level magical beast. In fact, Chu Luiyue also found it strange. When he had come to the mystic forest in the past, there were indeed all kinds of magical beasts roaming around. Even in the evening and at night, when miasma filled the air, rustling sounds could be heard from time to time. It was the movement of magical beasts. But now, this place was indeed a little too quiet. Even if it was really due to the pressure of a 9th grade magical beast that caused many magical beasts to hide, it didn't seem to be in such a state. To put it bluntly, it was dead silence. This place didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Except for the stream. But in the stream, there was nothing else except for the increasingly rich colors. Maybe we'll find it after we walk a little more. Chu Luiyue said. When a high-level magical beast broke through, it would indeed produce a great amount of pressure, causing the low-level magical beasts in the vicinity to feel a fatal threat and retreat. But it was different when a 9th grade magical beast tried to break through to a divine beast. Even though the pressure was terrifying, the bloodline aura of a divine beast had a natural attraction to other magical beasts. The concept of hierarchy engraved in their bones made them full of reverence and admiration for divine beasts. This would drive them to endure the shocking pressure and go to worship the divine beast. That 9th grade magical beast had caused such a big commotion. Logically speaking, many magical beasts should have gone there. Yi Ranran nodded seriously. After a while, Chu Luiyue felt that the surrounding space seemed to have become sticky. Every step he took consumed more energy than before. It was as if there was an incomparably heavy mountain pressing down on her body, making it almost impossible to breathe. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. This should be caused by the pressure of the 9th grade magical beast. After walking for a while like this, Chu Luiyue's back was already wet with sweat. She took a deep breath and finally stopped. Let's rest for a while. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran hurriedly found a place to sit down and rest as if they had been granted amnesty. Chu Luiyue also sat cross-legged beside them. Chang Wanzhou stood beside her, standing straight. Chu Luiyue waved at him. Little Zhou, sit down and rest too. From this angle, she could see his slightly pale lips. It was obvious that this journey was not easy for him either. Chang Wanzhou's voice was as cold as ever. I'll just stand. In case of any danger, standing was more convenient than sitting. He used to do this when he followed that person. Chu Luiyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, she knew what Chang Wanzhou was thinking. Little Zhou, don't worry too much. This area should already be the territory of that 9th grade magical beast. Except for itself, anyone else who comes here will be the same as us. There won't be too much danger. Besides, you should rest for a while. Chang Wanzhou was very stubborn. He shook his head and pursed his thin lips tightly. His forehead was full of sweat, flowing down his exquisite jade-like face, along his neck, and finally into his gray linen clothes. At this moment, he was obviously not feeling well. Chu Luiyue sighed softly and said, Little Zhou, in fact, a month's time has already passed. You are no longer my follower, so you don't have to do this anymore. Chang Wanzhou suddenly trembled and looked at her, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. You don't want me anymore? Chu Luiyue was confused. What is this about? No, don't misunderstand. I just think that the contract between us has ended, so you don't have to ask yourself to be my follower anymore. In fact, you are now my junior brother, aren't you? Chu Luiyue said this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and there seemed to be bright stars in her eyes. Chang Wanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. No need. After that, as if afraid that Chu Luiyue would misunderstand, he said again, I think it's good this way. He was used to this kind of life and did not want to make any changes. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Chu Luiyue knew that it was useless to persuade him, so she simply gave up. Anyway, this child always had a bunch of strange persistence. It was not bad to treat him as a junior brother and follow him like this. While Chu Luiyue was thinking, she suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. A gust of cold air came towards her neck. Her heart suddenly jumped. Danger. Digression. Tomorrow at 12:00 mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 692. Crack. Chang Wanzhou stepped to the side, stood in front of Chu Luiyue, and swung his sword. Crack. The sound of something breaking could be heard. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head to look. There was no one in the forest in the distance. Beside her feet was a wooden arrow that had been broken into 2 pieces. The wooden arrow was made of a tree branch, and it was only as thick as a thumb. The workmanship was very simple, and only the sharp arrowhead had a sharp aura. However, it was this small wooden arrow that made Chu Luiyue feel an extreme sense of danger the moment it rushed over. It was clear that the other party was very powerful. Chu Luiyue looked up again and looked around. However, she still didn't see anyone around. What's going on? Did someone sneak attack us? Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran hurriedly walked over when they heard the commotion. Both of them looked nervous. Chu Luiyue picked up the broken wooden arrow and looked around carefully. It seemed that the wooden arrow was newly made. The other party's arrow was more of a test. Chu Luiyue's gaze shifted slightly, and finally landed in a certain direction. What kind of skill is this to attack someone secretly? Why don't you come out and meet me? The wind blew the leaves, rustling them. Other than that, no one else responded. Chu Luiyue waited for a while, but there was still no response from the other party. She exerted a little force in her palm, and a ball of red flames shot out. The wooden arrow quickly burned in her hand, and finally turned into a handful of ashes and was completely annihilated. She knew that the other party could see it, and that was her warning. If you don't want to come out, then it's best that we stay out of each other's business. Chu Luiyue said coldly. With that, she turned around and continued to walk upstream. Chang Wanzhou followed with his sword. Yi Ranran quickened his pace and couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, the other party sneaked an attack. Are we just going to let this go? Chu Liuyue's lips twitched imperceptibly. Under normal circumstances, she naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. But now. On one hand, the other party was probing, and on the other hand, it was more important to find that 9th grade magical beast as soon as possible. If he continued to tangle with the other party, who knew how much time he would have to waste? Let's wait until they dare to come out. Them? Not only Yi Ranran, but even Mu Hongyu was shocked. Could it be that there was more than one person? Chu Luyue gently nodded and did not explain further. In fact, she had indeed sensed the auras of the two people just now. Although it was vague, he could still feel it. Why are there still people here? Mu Hongyu muttered softly. When they looked back, the forest was all ready. She thought that there were only the 4 of them here. Chu Luyue pondered for a moment. She had a vague guess in her mind. The person who ambushed her was probably the person in charge of protecting the 9th grade magical beast. But such a guess was too absurd. Not to mention how powerful a 9th grade magical beast was, even if it was facing a breakthrough and was in danger of being vulnerable, there might not be any magical beast willing to let a human protect it. Under normal circumstances, high-level magical beasts would be somewhat hostile and suspicious of humans. They didn't trust humans, so why would they entrust such an important task to them? Therefore, after this thought surfaced, Chu Luyue quickly suppressed it. The more likely guess was that the 2 of them were also here for the 9th grade magical beast. Chu Luyue suppressed her thoughts and continued forward. The color in the stream had become more and more intense. Clusters of colors gathered together, and the stream was resplendent. An extremely faint fragrance wafted out. Mu Hongyu wrinkled her nose. Hey, do you guys smell anything? It seems to be the fragrance in the stream. Yi Ranran also took 2 deep breaths and was a little surprised. It seems to be there. But this smell doesn't seem to be the smell of medicinal herbs. She had been cultivating with Elder Xiai and had seen countless medicinal herbs, so she could tell what it was with just a sniff. Although the fragrance was faint, it was indeed something she had never smelled before. Lu Yu, what do you think? Yi Ranran looked at Chu Luyue with some uncertainty. After seeing Chu Liuyue's refining skills, Yi Ranran knew that Chu Liuyue's refining skills were definitely above hers. Therefore, he believed her even more now. However, Chu Luyue seemed to be in a daze. She looked absent-minded and didn't say anything. Yi Ranran called out to her curiously. Lu Yu, Lu Yu? Chu Luyue suddenly came back to her senses. Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? It's nothing. Chu Luyue shook her head. I just feel that this smell is a little familiar. The few of them looked over curiously. Mu Hongyu's almond-shaped eyes lit up. Lu Yu, so you've smelled this before? What exactly is it? Chu Luyue shook her head hesitantly. I'm not sure, she had thought for a long time just now, but she couldn't remember what the smell was. She didn't know why she felt that the fragrance was familiar. She didn't know where this subtle feeling came from. Mu Hongyu looked a little disappointed at first, but she quickly pulled herself together. Since you feel that it's familiar, you must have seen it before. It's just that you can't remember it now. Maybe you'll remember it if you walk further in. Chu Luyue nodded. They continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the heavier the pressure became, so they slowed down. Every once in a while, they had to stop and rest for a while. However, the person who sneaked up on them didn't appear again. On the other side, after Jiang Yuqing fell into the gully, he felt his body falling continuously. At first, the gully was a little narrow. His body kept rubbing against the sharp stone walls, leaving many wounds. He circulated the force in his body, wanting to escape this place. However, he was shocked to find that his strength was being suppressed by an inexplicable force. In the darkness, he couldn't see anything, and he couldn't break free. He could only let his body continue to fall. Fortunately, the deeper he went, the more spacious his surroundings became. Gradually, he stopped bumping into the stone wall. However, this didn't calm Jiang Yuqing down. Instead, it made him more nervous. Who would have thought that there would be such a strange and spacious space under the mystic forest? Clearly, there was something wrong with everything here. Wan Mu Qinghe. He called out the names of a few people, but no one responded. In the spacious space, only his own voice was echoing. Puff. In this tense state, Jiang Yuqing finally landed on the ground. No, to be precise, this wasn't a very thick ground. It seemed to be. Jiang Yuqing took out a water pearl. A faint glow shone in all directions. He finally saw his surroundings clearly. With one look, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was actually in a black swamp. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 693. As far as the eye could see, the black, sticky swamp was almost endless. The stench of decay filled the air. It was nauseating and almost suffocating. What is this place? Jiang Yuqing was shocked. At the same time, he felt extremely disgusted. He wished he could leave this place immediately. Almost subconsciously, he raised his head to take a look. It was dark, and there was not a trace of light. Jiang Yuqing's heart harshly sank. Is this, the entrance is sealed? Otherwise, there shouldn't be no light at all. He quickly looked around and called out a few people's names. Still, no one answered. Am I the only one who fell down? Jiang Yuqing frowned. What he didn't know was that after him, Shangguanwan, Mu Qinghe, and the others were also dragged down. However, they all fell into different gullies, so they naturally weren't with him. At this moment, their situation wasn't much better than Jiang Yuqing's. However, Jiang Yuqing didn't know any of this. He really couldn't stand the environment of this place, so he could only choose a random direction and plan to get out first. However, just as he lifted his foot, he couldn't lift it. An ominous premonition surged in his heart, and he slowly lowered his head to look. His 2 feet had already sunk into the swamp. Unbeknownst to him, it had already reached his ankles without him noticing. Jiang Yuqing's heart tightened, and he immediately raised his qi. However, there seemed to be something under the swamp that was holding him tightly, and he couldn't break free. After repeatedly trying various methods, not only did Jiang Yuqing not come out, but he sank even deeper. The swamp was already up to his calves. He couldn't go on like this. Jiang Yuqing's mind raced, and he finally took out an icicle the size of a thumb. He poured his force into it, and a cold chill immediately spread out from it. His hands were covered with a thin layer of frost. Then, the chill spread out in all directions. After a while, the swamp around him began to freeze. Jiang Yuqing held on to the layer of hard ice above him and finally pulled himself out of the swamp. A strong stench assailed his nostrils. His feet and even his calves were covered in a thick layer of black mud. One of the boots had fallen into the mud and was unable to be brought out. Jiang Yuqing sat paralyzed on the ice. Suppressing his nausea, he threw away his other boot. In his memory, he had never been in such a sorry state. After cleaning up the dirt on his body, Jiang Yuqing finally got up. In all directions, there was only endless darkness. He furrowed his brows. Mu Qinghe had never mentioned that there was such a place in the mystic forest. Just as he was hesitating, a strange sound suddenly came from afar. In this quiet place where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, even the slightest movement would be infinitely amplified. Jiang Yuqing was in a state of high tension. When he heard this voice, his heart trembled. He held his breath and walked in the direction of the voice. What he did not see was that after he left, a hand reached out from the swamp behind him. The eerie white bones of a skeleton waved at his back, and then fell silent again. The swamp surged silently. It seemed that something was moving quietly. Chu Luiyue and the others walked for about an hour. The trees around them gradually became sparse, but they were all very thick and looked as if they had been growing for 100 years. An incomparably gorgeous colorful barrier appeared in front of them. The terrifyingly powerful pressure was coming from above. Chu Luiyue stared at the barrier and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we can't go any further." Plop. Yi Ranran panted heavily and sat on the ground. "I'm so tired. What kind of magical beast is this? Its pressure is so strong." She was the weakest among them, but she didn't complain at all along the way and insisted on keeping up with them. After saying that, she did not forget to feed herself a pill to replenish her strength. Then, she gave one to each of the remaining 3 people. Although Chu Luiyue also brought her own pill, she accepted it with a smile when she saw Yi Ranran enthusiastically handing it over. Chang Wanzhou saw that she accepted it and did not refuse. Chu Luiyue swallowed the pill and adjusted her breathing as she turned around to look at the barrier. This barrier was like a huge colorful semicircular glass cover that enveloped this area. That stream was originally just a very ordinary stream in the forest. But because it happened to be crossed by this barrier, countless colorful streams of light flowed down and fell into the stream. Gradually, it became what they saw. The place where the stream and the barrier were connected had even condensed into a solid state. From afar, it looked like a huge colorful crystal was pressing down on it. Countless colors melted into the stream, and it was incomparably magnificent. Above the barrier, a vast and terrifying pressure was exuding, indicating that it was a supreme being. Even just standing in front of it, Chu Luiyue faintly felt a little breathless. She had been to the mystic forest before, but she had never seen such a scene. When did it appear, or did it exist in the first place? And what exactly was inside this barrier? Because the barrier was too dazzling, they couldn't see what was going on inside. As for the fragrance, it was also coming from the barrier. That sense of familiarity was getting stronger. Chu Luiyue almost couldn't control herself as she walked forward. Chang Wanzhou frowned and immediately stopped her. A hint of worry flashed across the young man's beautiful face. "It's dangerous." Chu Luiyue looked into his clear eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Chang Wanzhou looked back at the barrier and said, "It's fine. I'll do it." With that, he raised his foot and walked forward. He held the cloud sky copper sword tightly with both hands. It was as if he would immediately swing his sword if anything happened. Chu Luiyue pulled him back. Seeing Chang Wanzhou's stubborn face, Chu Luiyue could only sigh. "How about this? I'll be in front, and you'll be behind. If anything really happens, you'll be by my side. It won't be too late to make a move." Chang Wanzhou pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Chu Luiyue took 2 steps forward and stood in front of him. At this moment, she was only 1 step away from the rainbow-colored barrier. As long as she stretched out her hand, she would be able to easily reach it. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and quickly circulated the force in her body. At the same time, she gripped the glass barrier tightly with one hand and prepared herself. Actually, what she did not tell Chang Wanzhou and the others was, she did not feel that this barrier was dangerous. For some reason, she felt that this barrier did not seem to be a threat to her, even though the power on it was enough to destroy her. Chu Luiyue slowly stretched out her hand. Tuanzi squatted on her shoulder, and colorful lights were reflected in her eyes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 694. Qi. A cold aura suddenly came from the side. Chu Luiyue's eyes were slightly cold. Chang Wanzhou had already raised his sword. Buzz! Right in front of him, Chu Luiyue could even hear the sound of the arrow's tail vibrating violently. Chang Wanzhou's hair on his forehead was swayed by the tyrannical aura. A trace of piercing pain came from between his eyebrows. The cloud sky copper sword was already in front of him. As long as that arrow moved an inch forward, it would be cut down by him. However, at this moment, that arrow actually stopped 3 steps away from the two of them. Chu Luiyue could even see the ripples in the void. It was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing countless ripples. This was a long black arrow made of fine iron. It was made of excellent quality, with smooth lines and incomparably sharp. Compared to the crude wooden arrow just now, it was completely different. This attack contained a true killing intent. Chu Luiyue looked towards the direction of that arrow and narrowed his eyes. Since things have come to this, you better come out. There's no point in hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, the forest fell silent. Chang Wanzhou was still holding his sword tightly and was extremely vigilant. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran's hearts were also raised as they looked over. A moment later, a tall and sturdy man walked out. He was born with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was wearing coarse hemp clothes and had bronze-colored skin. Coupled with his strong muscles, he was very tall and strong. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. She actually didn't see any figure of such a strong and sturdy man just now, nor did she hear any sound of movement. If she didn't feel the aura on his body, she was afraid that she wouldn't know that such a person had always been following them. It was enough to see the strength of this man. Chu Luiyue had just broken through to the 5th stage and was unable to pry into the other party's true realm. But from the aura around him, he was at least at the middle stage of the 7th stage. It was even possible that he was at the peak of the 7th stage. He was holding a bow in his hand and carrying a quiver of arrows on his back. It was obvious that he was the one who had attacked. Strangely, there was a black hammer on his waist. The hammer was dark in color, and its bottom seemed to be engraved with silver patterns. However, Chu Luiyue couldn't see what it was. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran became even more nervous when they sensed the strength of the newcomer. This person. If they were to really fight, they might not be a match for him even if they joined forces. Chu Luiyue also noticed this. Therefore, she patted Chang Wanzhou's shoulder. Little boat, step back. Chang Wanzhou did not move, and the cloud sky copper sword emitted a chilling intent. His entire body was brimming with battle intent. It was as if they had already made up their minds to fight with their lives on the line. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Zhou, let's not fight with him. If they fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Why bother? Chu Luiyue had always been very sensible. If they could win, they would fight. If they couldn't, they would run. The key was that she didn't have the confidence to successfully escape from this man's hands with these few people. So, it wasn't a bad idea to sit down and have a chat. Chang Wanzhou finally took half a step back, but he was still on guard as he looked at the man opposite him with vigilance. That man didn't seem to mind as he laughed out loud. You're quite sensible. He had long seen that this young lady in red was the backbone of this group of people. Chu Luiyue also laughed. I'm Chu Luiyue. May I know your name? That man saw that Chu Luiyue was so straightforward and was forthright. Lei Laosi. Lei Laosi? This didn't seem like a name but more like a nickname. However, Chu Luiyue wouldn't delve into this matter. Lei Laosi raised his hand, and his fan-like palm was filled with a thick layer of calluses. His fingers moved slightly, and the black arrow that was suspended in front of Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou rapidly retreated. He grabbed the arrow and threw it back into the quiver. You guys look young, and you're all from wealthy families, right? Why did you guys come here for no reason? Lei Laosi scoffed and hugged his arms as he leaned against a thick piece of wood at the side. This is not a fun place to be. Chu Luiyue could see that he actually didn't have any ill intentions towards them, so she felt slightly more at ease. If he really wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have waited until now. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and said, Actually, I'm not going to lie. To be honest, this time we came with Her Highness the Third Princess. Which third princess are you talking about? Chu Luiyue was halfway through her sentence when she saw Lei Laosi's expression change, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. It seems like this Lei Laosi seems to know Shangguan Wan. Chu Luyue hesitated for a while and still spoke. Isn't there only 1/3 princess in the Tianling dynasty? Just as she said that, Lei Laoxi's expression turned completely gloomy, and he directly drew out another arrow. He loaded the arrow and pulled the bow. The cold and sharp arrowhead pointed directly at Chu Luyue. So you guys are her people. Lei Laoxi's face was filled with undisguised murderous intent. Since that's the case, all of you deserve to die. The sound of the bow being fully pulled could be heard, and it made one's heart tighten. Sensing the danger, Chang Wanzhou raised his sword. A sparrow blue flame suddenly rose. Lei Laoxi glanced from the corner of his eye, squinted his eyes, and sneered. Do you guys deserve to use such a sword? As he spoke, he was about to release the arrow. Chu Luyue immediately said, We don't. We're not Shangguanwan's people. Hearing that name, Lei Laoxi's eyes twitched slightly. He sneered. You just said that you followed her here. Why are you saying that you're not her people now? You're full of lies. Chu Luyue lifted her hand and pressed Chang Wanzhou's wrist, forcefully pressing his sword down. Then, she stepped forward with a calm expression and said word by word, We did indeed come here. It's true that we came with her, but that doesn't mean we're her people. In fact, she brought a total of thousands of people here this time. Lei Laoxi was slightly shocked. What? Why did she bring so many people here? Chu Luyue quickly explained the situation simply. That's why so many of us came here this time. However, not long ago, we got separated from them and came here. As for the others, we don't know where they are now. After hearing that, Lei Laoxi's expression gradually calmed down. You said that you guys are from Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Luyue nodded slightly and glanced at Mu Hongyu again. She's from Dragon Teeth Mountain, but she's our friend. Dragon Teeth Mountain. Humph. Lei Laoxi scoffed, but the murderous intent in his eyes had already dissipated. Chu Luyue heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed like she guessed correctly. This Lei Laoxi indeed didn't have any ill intentions toward Chongshu Pavilion and Dragon Teeth Mountain. On account of the Chongshu Pavilion's pavilion master, I'll let you guys off this time. Leave quickly. Lei Laoxi waved his hand impatiently. Chu Luyue glanced at the colorful barrier beside her and didn't move. We're already here, so how can we leave? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 695. Chu Luyue didn't move, so the rest of the people naturally didn't move either. The scene was silent for a moment. Lei Laoxi felt that something was amiss, and his thick brows knitted tightly. Why? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Chu Luyue smiled and said, Brother Lei, you followed us. I'm sure you know that we came here because we want to see what exactly is in the upper reaches of the stream. We finally came here with much difficulty, but you're asking us to leave directly. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Lei Laoxi laughed as though he heard a joke. He looked at them as though he was looking at unreasonable children who didn't know what was good for them. He lifted his chin. I know you want to enter this barrier, but why don't you take a look at where this is? Do you have the ability to enter? You just barged in like this. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Aren't you afraid of dying here for no reason? Chu Luyue said very politely and sincerely, Brother Lei, I'm very grateful for your advice. However, I've always been someone who cherishes my life very much. I will never do anything that could threaten my life. Since I did it, it proves that I have the confidence to escape unscathed. Arrogant. Lei Laoxi shouted angrily. You guys are still here for that mythical beast. In the end, aren't you still here to get that mythical beast's blood for Shangguanwan? What for Her Majesty? It's all bullshit. His words were filled with disdain and hatred for Shangguanwan. Chu Luyue's heart stirred slightly. Hearing this, Lei Laoxi doesn't seem to have an ordinary enmity with Shangguanwan, and he even seems to know about Her Majesty, but looking at his appearance, he's clearly a savage living in the forest. Could it be that he was persecuted by Shangguan in the past, so he came to the mystic forest? Chu Luiyue shook his head. Brother Lei, don't misunderstand. We really don't have any relationship with Shangguan, and it's even more impossible for us to do anything for her. The only people who are willing to do this for her are Jiang Yucheng and those people, but it definitely doesn't include us. Lei Laosi suddenly thought of something, and he asked with a gloomy expression, what's wrong? Jiang Yucheng is here too. This sentence of his seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Every word was filled with bone-piercing hatred. Compared to how he treated Shangguan just now, it was actually comparable. Chu Luiyue nodded. Ants Hartz's eyes. Lei Laosi's SSS. Lei SSS, to tell you the truth, we only walked a short distance just now. However, when we turned around to look, we could no longer see their traces. Lei Laosi's TSS Lei S T Est T TST TST S Teat St. Lei Laosi only felt that there was movement in the forest outside just now, but he didn't think too much of it. He didn't expect. They actually dealt with Shangguan and Jiang Yucheng's group. The heavens really have eyes. This time, even if they don't die, it's definitely enough for them to suffer. Thinking of what they were going through right now, Lei Laosi's mood instantly improved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. Since you guys can avoid the miasma and come here, it proves that you guys are rather lucky. But, this place isn't a place for you guys to stay. If you guys still don't want to leave, then I'll send you guys off personally. Treat it as a reward for sending me such good news. As he spoke, Lei Laosi took out the hammer at his waist. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the girl opposite him smiling with curved eyes. Brother Lei, it's fine if we don't go in, but can you let us take a look here? After all, we haven't seen a 9th grade fiend break through, so it's inevitable that we're curious. Look, it wasn't easy for us to get here. When she smiled, her eyes seemed to be sprinkled with a galaxy that was dazzling and resplendent. Lei Laosi suddenly froze. His appearance and demeanor really did look a little. Seeing that Lei Laosi's expression was stunned for a moment, Chu Luiyue thought that he was persuaded, so she hurriedly continued, "We'll definitely stay here and stay here. We promise that we'll only stay here. We won't move or cause any trouble. After we're done looking, we'll leave immediately. How about that?" Looking at her eager expression, Lei Laosi's heart actually wavered a little. Then, he looked in the direction behind Chu Luiyue and the rest without batting an eyelid. Chu Luiyue knew that he was looking at another person. Even though she didn't know who that person was or why that person didn't show himself, it should be someone with a similar status as Lei Laosi. Lei Laosi's glance was obviously discussing with that person. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered, and she continued, "Since you're here, big brother Lei, are you still afraid that we'll cause any trouble? Besides, many things happened in Xiling City recently. Why don't we sit down and have a chat?" Lei Laosi scoffed coldly. "You're so young, but you have such a glib tongue. It's not that you can't stay here and watch, but all of you have to take 10 steps back. Without my permission, no one is allowed to move." He didn't know why, but when he looked at Chu Luiyue, it seemed like he couldn't harden his heart. Somehow, there seemed to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chu Luiyue was delighted. "Thank you, big brother Lei." After saying that, she hurriedly winked at the few people and pulled them back. Tuanzi waved its claws reluctantly and looked at the colorful boundary with a longing look. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Chu Luiyue sensed its restlessness, so she grabbed its tail and pressed it into her arms as she softly said, "Don't worry." She whispered, "Dumpling, listen to me." Tuanzi had no choice but to stay in her arms obediently, but her eyes kept drifting over there. After taking 10 steps back, Chu Luiyue and the rest stood still. Lei Laosi looked at them and asked, "What happened in Xiling City? Tell me about it." Chu Luiyue smiled in her heart and thought that he indeed wanted to know. She calculated for a while and said, "In a few months, Shang Wanwan and Jiang Yucheng will be getting married." Lei Laosi immediately stood up straight, and the veins on his forehead popped out. His face flushed red and was filled with shock and anger. "How dare they!" roar. A roar that shook the mountains and rivers suddenly came from that colorful barrier. Boom! Dark clouds rolled in the sky. A silver snake-like lightning quickly gathered in the clouds. A terrifying aura swept across the area. The forest howled. Chu Luiyue trembled, and even her eardrums were about to burst. The rest weren't any better, and their faces all turned pale. Chu Luiyue quickly looked up. Countless rainbow-colored streams of light were converging upward. Is this about to break through? Dumpling popped its head out from her arms, and its pair of black eyes gradually turned colorful. Digression, update at noon. I'm going out in the afternoon, so the remaining 2 updates will have to be updated at night. It's about 8 or 9 p.m. Everyone, please wait for a while. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 696. At this moment, Chu Luiyue was fully focused on the colorful barrier and did not notice the subtle changes in Dumpling, who was in his arms. In the sky, Tianlei was moving crazily in the thick clouds and quickly converging. From the looks of it, it did not seem to be any weaker than the power of Tianlei that Chu Luiyue had attracted when he was forging the Cloud Sky Copper Sword. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, I miss it a little. At that time, Tianlei had refused to come down for a long time, and she had spent a lot of effort to tidy it up. If the people around her knew what Chu Luiyue was thinking at this moment, their jaws would probably drop in shock. In this world, whether it was cultivators or magical beasts, they both loved and feared Tianlei. They loved the powerful energy contained within it. As long as they could trigger Tianlei, it basically meant that their strength had increased. At the very least, it would be an increase in the grade of the Yuan tool. They hated the power of Tianlei. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. However, there was probably only one person like Chu Luiyue, who had forcefully pulled Tianlei down from the sky and stuffed it into the Yuan tool to temper it. After that, he still could not forget about it. Even Taizu could not help but say, "Girl, don't tell me you want to snatch Tianlei from him." That was only attracted when he broke through to become a divine beast. Chu Luiyue coughed. "Taizu, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person?" Taizu was silent for a while before he said faintly, "How would I know?" Chu Luiyue was speechless. It seemed that the previous incident had left quite a shadow in Taizu's heart. "Don't worry, I'm just looking to see what kind of magical beast is breaking through here. I don't have any other thoughts. After all, I've already contracted a divine beast, right?" Chu Luiyue advised inwardly. Although the legendary three-eyed eagle had yet to recover its physical body, she already had the corpse of the great phoenix dragon and a piece of purple gold Bodhi leaf. As long as she could find some matching herbs, she could find a suitable time and place to help the legendary three-eyed eagle rebuild its physical body. Other people might have a fervent desire for mythological beasts, but she really didn't. The Taizu were relieved to hear this. "Since you said so, I naturally believe you. Besides, even if there was another you, you wouldn't be able to break through this colorful barrier. That Lei Laosi is right. This place is indeed dangerous. Just stay here and take a good look before leaving." Taizu's voice had a hint of solemnity and seriousness. Chu Luiyue was slightly moved. "Thank you, Taizu." The Taizu did not reply. Chu Luiyue looked at the huge hemispherical barrier in front of him and fell into deep thought. She knew that the barrier was powerful, but she didn't expect Taizu to think so highly of it. Could it be? Was he really that strong? They couldn't see what was happening inside the barrier at all, even though they were very close to it. Apart from the beautiful flowing light, nothing else could be seen. There wasn't even a rough outline. What was there to see? Chu Luiyue couldn't help but ask the legendary three-eyed eagle in his mind. Now, can you sense what kind of magical beast is inside? This time, the legendary three-eyed eagle hesitated for a moment before saying, no idea. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. Logically speaking, the legendary three-eyed eagle was a divine beast, and its rank was higher than a ninth-grade demonic beast. At such a close distance, he should be able to sense the other party's aura. This. If even you don't know, as if sensing the suspicion in Chu Luiyue's words, the legendary three-eyed eagle explained. This rainbow-colored barrier should have been built by the demonic beast a long time ago. It contains an extremely powerful force. Furthermore, if he was not wrong, he should have used other means. So for a while, I can't tell. I see. Chu Luiyue believed it a little in his heart and couldn't help but be more curious. He laughed. It's really strange. There's actually such a smart and powerful ninth-grade demonic beast in this world. No wonder it could try to break through to the divine beast level. I just don't know what it is. If only I could see it with my own eyes. Even if it was just to satisfy her curiosity, it would be fine. The legendary three-eyed eagle didn't reply. Dumpling shrunk into Chu Luiyue's arms with a guilty conscience. He quickly glanced at her, and then looked at the rainbow-colored barrier. Above the barrier, there seemed to be countless rainbow-colored sand flowing gently. It was magnificent and intoxicating. Whoosh, a huge shadow flashed within the barrier. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up. She immediately sat up straight and looked over. However, that shadow disappeared in a flash and quickly dispersed among the countless flowing light. Chu Luiyue didn't even see what shape it was. A look of disappointment flashed across her face. This demonic beast was really strange. It didn't even show its face until now. Ah. What a pity. I didn't even see what it was just now. Mu Hongyu held her face in frustration and regret. The golden mane bear cub suddenly appeared and burrowed into her arms. It looked at it with her. Mu Hongyu pinched its ears and laughed. Song Song, why did you come out? Aren't you afraid now? The golden mane bear cub obediently stayed there and let her pinch it. Hearing this, it actually shook its head. It was saying that it wasn't afraid. Mu Hongyu was very happy. She widened her almond eyes and asked. Are you really not afraid? That's a ninth-grade demonic beast. The golden mane bear cub was also a high-level demonic beast, but compared to this ninth-grade demonic beast, it was nothing. She originally thought that Song Song wouldn't dare to come out. After all, not long ago, it was quite anxious. Then why were you so afraid before? Did Song Song become more powerful? The golden mane bear cub had been with Mu Hongyu since it was born. As a result, Mu Hongyu always looked after it as if it was a baby. Even though the golden mane bear cub was now half her height and even heavier than her, she would still coax and play with it. The golden mane bear cub sneaked a glance at Tuanzi, who was next to it. Dumpling was playing with Chu Luiyue's hair. She flicked her claws lightly. The golden mane bear cub immediately looked away and nodded at Mu Hongyu's question. Mu Hongyu smiled happily and proudly. Since you want to see it too, let's see it together. Speaking of which, it would also break through when it reached adulthood, right? Just now. Was that a wing? Yi Ranran suddenly asked in a low voice with uncertainty. Mu Hongyu looked at her. A wing? Did you see it? Yi Ranran shook her head. I was just guessing. But at first glance, it looked a little like, now that you mention it, it does seem like it. Mu Hongyu thought for a moment and suddenly became spirited. It should be a flapping wing. But the shape looks a little strange. I've never seen a wing like this before. Chu Luiyue tilted her head and looked at the two of them. What kind of wing? Yi Ranran raised her hand and drew a line in the air. It's like this, digression, updated at around 9:30 a.m. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 697. Boom! A bolt of Tianlei landed. A loud clap of thunder was heard. It reverberated through heaven and earth. The suppression it contained was extremely strong, and the violent energy spread in all directions crazily. The wind howled and swept across everything. The trees around Chu Luiyue and the rest were all blown apart, and some were even uprooted. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. Just as she was about to move, she felt a gentle yet powerful energy shrouding her. That terrifying turbulence was instantly blocked outside. Chu Luiyue looked back in shock and saw that Lei Laosi had set up a white barrier. Ice-blue lightning-like radiance flickered on the barrier. Chu Luiyue looked over and realized that Lei Laosi was holding that hammer in his hand. The energy of this barrier seemed to be emitted from that hammer. Now you know how powerful it is, right? Just the aftermath just now would have taken half of your lives. Lei Laosi scoffed coldly, and his face was filled with the expression of, I knew that you bunch of rookies don't have any combat power. Facing Lei Laosi's disdain, Chu Luiyue didn't mind at all and thanked him seriously instead. Thank you, big brother Lei. Lei Laosi didn't expect that not only was Chu Luiyue not fearful at all, but she also thanked him so directly. Furthermore, her expression was very sincere, and he was stunned on the spot. For a moment, he didn't know how to retract that ferocious expression on his face. Wasn't this little girl a little too smart for her own good? How am I supposed to continue? Lei Laosi felt bored and could only retract his expression embarrassedly. With Chu Luiyue taking the lead, Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran followed closely behind and said to Lei Laosi in unison, Big brother Lei. Thank you, big brother Lei. The two young ladies' eyes were filled with sincerity, and they seemed to be even more sincere than Chu Luiyue. Lei Laosi's eyes twitched. He was a rough man who was used to fighting and killing, but this was the first time he was repeatedly thanked by a few pretty girls. Lei Laosi instantly felt even more uncomfortable, and his hand that was holding onto the hammer became restless. I really want these young ladies to stop talking and stop looking at me with such grateful eyes. Chu Luiyue found it funny when he saw how awkward Lei Laosi looked, as though he had hair all over his body. This Lei Laosi looked carefree and boorish, but he was actually a good person. Most importantly, he seemed to be a little awkward. He was obviously helping, but he had to put on a fierce and overbearing look, as if he was afraid that others would know that he had good intentions. His temper was similar to someone in the 13U Guards. Thinking of that person, Chu Luiyue couldn't help but smile. Lei Laosi instantly exploded. What are you laughing at? Chu Luiyue coughed. It's nothing. I just feel that big brother Lei is somewhat similar to an old friend of mine. Although their temperaments and personalities are similar, their figures and appearances are worlds apart. Lei Laosi was skeptical, but he didn't continue to ask. He felt really uncomfortable being stared at by Chu Luiyue's smiling face, so he could only turn his head away. Don't look, don't look. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chu Luiyue smiled for a while more before letting him go. She raised her head and glanced at the colorful barrier again. When the first Tianlei landed, its power had already gradually dissipated, and the waves it produced had also gradually calmed down. She unintentionally took a look and shockingly discovered that the lowest part of the barrier had unknowingly turned transparent. Although the area wasn't big, she could already see a small area shrouded in the barrier. Piles of fallen leaves and half a stream. This was the mystic forest, and there were always thick piles of fallen leaves on the ground. However, although she could only see this, it was already enough to make Chu Luiyue rather excited. It seemed that after that Tianlei landed, the fiend inside swallowed a portion of the barrier's power, which resulted in this situation. A 9th-grade fiend had to experience 9 Tianlei when it broke through to become a legendary fiend. Once all 9 bolts of heavenly lightning fell, perhaps the barrier would completely dissipate. By then, she would be able to find out the truth thoroughly. When this Tianlei landed, it interrupted Yi Ranran's actions. After seeing the changes on the barrier, everyone's attention was attracted, and they naturally threw the matter of the wings to the back of their minds. Chu Luiyue looked up and indeed saw that the second Tianlei was already rapidly converging. However, she didn't notice that Dumpling, who was in her arms, quietly closed her eyes and covered that dazzling brilliance. Ah! A painful roar suddenly came from behind the crowd. Chu Luiyue frowned and turned around to take a look. This voice, it sounded like Jiang Yuqing's voice. Mu Hongyu and the rest followed her gaze and looked over as well. The nearby forest was in a mess because of the aftermath of the attack. And in the distance, there was no one. Who's shouting? Mu Hongyu asked uneasily. There's no one, did I hear wrongly? Yi Ranran shook his head. I heard it too. There's indeed someone. It seems to be underground. Underground? Mu Hongyu's expression froze for a moment. Yi Ranran had already looked at Chu Luiyue. Luyu, you heard it too, right? Is that voice coming from underground? Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed slightly. Jiang Yuqing was quite capable. He could actually escape from that situation and come here. Although she didn't know why his voice came from underground, Chu Luiyue still felt very disgusted. She didn't want to know what was going on. She only hoped that Jiang Yuqing could get away and not disturb her here. However, Jiang Yuqing's voice didn't stop, and it was getting closer and closer. Chu Luiyue's mind moved slightly, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. It's a moonless and windy night, the time to kill and set fire. Now that the sky was dark, the entire forest was shrouded in a thick layer of shadow, and everyone's vision was inevitably obstructed. In addition, the 9th-grade magical beast was breaking through, and the commotion was huge. Even if something really happened, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. She stood up. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Digression. Tomorrow at 12:00 the comments section had been quite lively these 2 days. February sincerely thanked every original reader. Without them, February wouldn't be here today, and these books wouldn't be here. Not only did they support the original, but they also worked hard for February. They are not only my readers, but also my friends. So, I will always be on this side. Friends who want to read pirated copies, if you have the ability, you can work hard to support the original. You are always welcome. In the end, I still hope that everyone can read happily. Mua mua. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 698. Chang Wanzhou moved and was about to get up and follow her. Chu Luiyue turned around and shook her head gently. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips and had no choice but to stay where he was. However, his eyes were fixed on Chu Luiyue, as if he was afraid that she would encounter some danger. After all, the mystic forest was indeed very strange along the way. Thinking of the scene he saw before, Chang Wanzhou felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Chu Luiyue didn't care about him and continued walking forward. She didn't know if it was due to the influence of the 9th-grade divine beast, but the strange miasma didn't spread here. The forest within the radius still looked very normal. Chu Luiyue stepped on the thick layer of fallen leaves and moved forward. Dumpling jumped onto her shoulder, turned around, and looked at the Tianlei that was gathering in the sky. Chu Luiyue patted it comfortingly. When we're done here, we'll go back immediately. Not only Dumpling, but she also wanted to continue watching. If it wasn't for Jiang Yuqing, as Chu Luiyue walked, she carefully listened to the direction of the sound. After walking for a while, the sound got closer and closer. Finally, Chu Luiyue stood in front of a tree that was hugged by 2 people and stared at the ground. It seemed that it was below. On the surface, this place was piled with thick dead leaves, no different from other places. But standing here, she could clearly hear Jiang Yuqing's painful moans coming from below. Chu Luiyue's mind moved and she waved her sleeve. The fallen leaves flew up one after another, and there was a protruding tree root below. It was covered with dust and moss. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Chu Luiyue listened carefully and was almost certain that Jiang Yuqing was under this tree. I don't know how he got here, Chu Luiyue thought and knocked on the tree root. Knock knock. Jiang Yuqing's voice suddenly stopped. Clearly, he had heard the voice. Chu Luiyue sneered. According to Jiang Yuqing's cautious and suspicious nature, when he heard this sound, he definitely didn't think of asking for help, but how to avoid danger. Now, even if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to charge forward. Chu Luiyue knocked twice more. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Jiang Yuqing was even quieter. Instead, it was the tree roots that slowly moved. Chu Luiyue looked up. The tree beside him was also a Wan Yeshan. It looks like he wants to leave. The roots moved, and the soil and moss on them fell off. A faint fishy smell filled the air. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. This smell. It smelled a little like blood, and there was also the smell of something rotten. Suddenly, her eyes focused as she looked at the few roots that were pulled out from the ground and exposed to the outside. The thin wall was almost transparent, and it was filled with a red liquid that was slowly surging. It was like blood. Chu Luiyue's pupils constricted. She had seen Wan Yishan's roots before, but she had never seen such a situation. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and stared at the tree root that looked like a bloody hand. The scene that she had seen before kept replaying in her mind. That's right. Those Wan Yishan's roots also seemed to be red. It was just that those trees were not as old as this tree, so the roots were naturally much smaller. In addition, I didn't look carefully back then. Could it be that those tree roots actually look like this? Chu Luiyue took half a step back, pulled out her dagger, and stabbed it into the tree root. Chi! A red liquid spurted out. A strong smell of blood instantly rushed over. Chu Luiyue was shocked. It was actually blood. Although it might not be pure blood, it was definitely mixed with a lot of real blood. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have such a color and smell. This blood. Where did it come from? Chu Luiyue felt a chill down her spine when she thought of the cold and strange scene she saw when she turned around. Could it be, those people? Dahuang Swamp was full of danger, but it was also full of temptation. Every year, countless cultivators came here. However, only a small number of them could survive. The majority of the rest were actually buried in Dahuang Swamp. If Wan Yeshan really relied on drinking human blood to nourish himself, what about the lush mystic forest? Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched violently. Boom! The second Tianlei slashed down fiercely. Chu Luiyue immediately looked back. The dazzling light was almost blinding. The power of this Tianlei was obviously stronger than the first one. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. He could vaguely see the colors at the bottom of the barrier quickly dissipating and converging toward the top. Finally, it merged into the bright ball of light. This should be the demonic beast absorbing the power of his barrier to resist the Tianlei, right? The barrier's transparent range became wider, but from where Chu Luiyue was, he could still only see a fallen leaf and some rocks inside. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chu Luiyue was slightly disappointed. It seemed that he would have to wait for a while before he could see the demonic beast's appearance inside. Whoosh! The sound of something being dragged on the ground could be heard. Chu Luiyue immediately turned his head and looked at the tree root that he had cut open. The tree root was gurgling with blood. The bright red liquid was flowing in all directions and soon dyed a large area. It looked very terrifying. Chu Luiyue's actions seemed to have stimulated it to a certain extent. It curled up for a moment, and the speed at which it surged became faster. The remaining tree roots were also being pulled out of the ground one after another. The entire tree began to sway, as if it was waiting for the tree root to be completely pulled out of the ground before it ran away. Chu Luiyue's eyes moved slightly. He clenched the dagger in his hand tightly and was about to attack again when he suddenly saw a piece of cloth hanging on the tree root. Although it was stained with mud, it could still be seen that the cloth was very new and very luxurious. That was Jiang Yuqing's clothes. He was indeed below. Looking at the trace of blood on the cloth, Chu Liuyue's lips curled into a sneer. It seemed that Jiang Yuqing was not having an easy time down there. Perhaps this tree root had also swallowed his blood? A familiar aura was getting closer and closer. Chu Liyue stabbed the tree root again. The tree root twisted even more violently. A large area of the ground was suddenly lifted. Half a figure was suddenly dragged out from below. It was Jiang Yuqing. His upper body was tightly bound by the branches of the tree root. Only one of his arms could still move. His lower body was still stuck in the ground. His body was stained with blood, and he looked very miserable. However, he was still very alert. The moment he came out, he immediately waved the long saber in his hand and slashed towards Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue nimbly dodged and said with a smile, "Eldest young Master Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuqing's movements paused for a moment before he saw the smiling girl in front of him clearly. Chu Liyue. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 699. Why is Chu Liyue here? This question quickly flashed through Jiang Yuqing's mind. He only remembered that after he was dragged down, the entrance above was completely sealed. He didn't know what happened to the others. Could it be that he was the only one who encountered this? If not, why would Chu Liyue be standing here perfectly fine? She didn't seem to have any injuries at all, and her entire body was clean. However, looking at Chu Liyue's smiling face, Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked around. Other than Chu Liyue, there seemed to be a few other people in the distance. And a huge colorful barrier. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming from the barrier, Jiang Yuqing suddenly realized something and widened his eyes. That's a 9th grade magical beast. There was no other explanation for such a commotion other than a 9th grade magical beast. Chu Liyue didn't avoid it and nodded frankly. Eldest young Master Jiang has good eyesight. Jiang Yuqing immediately wanted to go over, but he suddenly remembered that half of his body was still buried below and he couldn't break free. Chu Liyue smiled and asked knowingly, "Eldest young Master Jiang, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yuqing's face was red and white. When he thought of his current sorry state, his face burned with pain. He couldn't be seen by anyone, but it had to be Chu Liyue. Moreover, she looked fine, which made him even more unbearable to look at. Jiang Yuqing had always cared about his face. In the face of such a situation, he only felt embarrassed and wished he hadn't come out from below. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed at the tree roots that were tightly wrapped around him, trying to break free. Only then did Chu Liyue see that many tree roots had penetrated his body, leaving scars. As expected, this one Yeshan had indeed swallowed Jiang Yuqing's blood. With his current physical condition, how could he withstand such torture? Looking at that ghastly pale face. TSK, Chu Liyue admired his rare miserable appearance for a while, and her mood improved a lot. What was all this? It was not even a tenth of the pain she had experienced. If he couldn't make Jiang Yuqing repay him in every possible way, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? As if sensing Chu Liyue's strange gaze, Jiang Yuqing finally glanced at her again with a slight frown. Before he could speak, Chu Liyue spoke first. Eldest young Master Jiang, you seem to be seriously injured. Do you need my help? Jiang Yuqing swallowed the words in his throat. For some reason, he felt that Chu Liyue's expression was somewhat subtle. It looked like he really wanted to help. However, his black jade-like eyes were flickering with light, making it hard for others to fathom his intentions. Jiang Yuqing was silent for a moment, then looked at the cut on the tree root and asked, "You did that?" Chu Liyue gently nodded. "I heard a sound here, so I came over to take a look. I just happened to see this tree root moving. I felt that this thing was really strange, so I tried to stab it with a knife. I didn't expect to see eldest young Master Jiang here." Her tone was very sincere. Jiang Yuqing believed her a little. It wasn't easy for him to find a way out. At this time, the force in his body was almost exhausted. He had to get out of here as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate. However, this tree root was really difficult to deal with. As he tried to break free, he asked, "Why are you here? Other than you, who are those people? Where are the others?" The corners of Chu Liuyue's mouth curled up imperceptibly. Jiang Yuqing was still worried about her and wanted to ask for an explanation. "Eldest young Master Jiang, it's a long story. Let's wait for you to come out before we talk about it in detail. Why don't I help you? What do you think?" Jiang Yuqing saw that it was really difficult to rely on himself, so he could only nod. Chu Luyue took a step forward. "Just cut off these tree roots," Jiang Yuqing said. Chu Luyue agreed easily and raised the dagger in her hand. As the tree roots moved, Jiang Yuqing's body was also dragged out more. Almost only a pair of legs were left, still buried inside. Chu Luyue glanced out of the corner of her eye. Boom! The third Tianlei fell. A series of loud noises reverberated throughout the entire forest. Layers of dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, and the forest was dark. Chu Luyue deliberately used her body to block Jiang Yuqing. In addition, there were thick tree roots and other objects here, which covered Jiang Yuqing even more. Even Chang Wanzhou, who had been looking over, couldn't see what was happening here. Accompanied by the terrifying aftermath, a dazzling light flickered endlessly. It reflected on Jiang Yuqing's face, half bright and half dark. Chu Luyue stretched out her hand. There was only a step between the two of them at this moment. As long as she waved her hand, the dagger could easily slit Jiang Yuqing's throat. Surging hatred and killing intent surged from the bottom of her heart. A cold light flashed in Chu Luyue's eyes. The blade turned slightly, and the cold light was biting cold. Jiang Yuqing was dealing with a tree root wrapped around his chest and didn't notice this side. All of the grudges, hatred, it could be ended in an instant. Chu Luyue moved her wrist. Crash! Just as Chu Luyue was about to move, a tree not far away suddenly uprooted. It split from the middle. Broken wood splattered everywhere. A figure rushed out. Chu Luyue quickly glanced at it, and her pupils constricted. It was Mu Qinghe. At the same time, Jiang Yuqing was also attracted by the movement and looked over. After seeing the person clearly, he immediately shouted, "Vice Admiral Mu." Mu Qinghe had just broken free from the restraints and rushed out from below. Hearing this, she immediately looked up. The person half buried in the ground was Jiang Yuqing, and the woman beside him. He narrowed his eyes. Why was it Chu Luyue? Sensing Mu Qinghe's gaze, Chu Luyue's expression didn't change. She flipped her palm and stabbed out with the dagger. Thud! A section of the tree root was immediately cut off by Chu Luyue. Red liquid splattered. At the same time, a cold wind came from behind. It was the other root of the tree that suddenly rose up. It was aimed at Chu Luyue's back. Her plan was suddenly interrupted. At this time, Chu Luyue was in a bad mood. Sensing this movement, her face turned cold. She quickly turned around and raised her hand. A ball of red flame transformed into a long whip and flew out instantly. Smack! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The flame whip immediately entangled with the tree root. However, the strength of the tree root couldn't be underestimated. With a fierce struggle, it directly pulled Chu Luyue and caused her to stagger. Chu Luyue simply rolled on the ground, and the force in her body surged out violently. Boom! The flame burned even more fiercely. The entire tree root was instantly surrounded by the red flame. The flame spread rapidly and soon enveloped the entire tree. Chu Luyue coldly spat out a word, "Explode." Bang! The sturdy one Yes Han immediately exploded. At this time, Mu Qinghe had already rushed over. With her help, Jiang Yuqing finally broke free. Eldest young master, are you okay? Mu Qinghe frowned and asked. Jiang Yuqing didn't answer her. He only stared blankly at Chu Luiyue in front of him. Just now, she really saved him, boom. Chu Luiyue looked at the burning flame in front of her, and the hand holding the dagger slowly tightened. What a pity. Digression, there was some delay in the morning. The remaining chapters will be updated at 8 p.m. Updated. Thank you for your understanding. Moi mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 700. Chu Luiyue was unhappy, but when she turned around, the expression on her face had returned to normal. Vice Admiral Mu. She greeted Mu Qinghe very politely. It was a pity that she couldn't get rid of Jiang Yuqing directly this time, but thinking about it carefully, she still felt a little reluctant to kill him like this. Wouldn't it be too easy to die with a knife? There's still a long way to go. It's better to let young Master Jiang enjoy his life. As Chu Luiyue thought about it, she openly sized up Jiang Yuqing from head to toe, as if she was concerned and sympathetic. Young Master Jiang, I don't think your current condition is very good. Why don't you recuperate as soon as possible? Jiang Yuqing was originally staring at Chu Luiyue's back in a daze, but when she spoke, he suddenly came back to his senses. Sensing that Chu Luiyue's gaze was sweeping back and forth over his body, Jiang Yuqing felt inexplicably embarrassed in his heart. His battered and exhausted appearance was completely seen by her. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment. I have medicine. As he spoke, he took out a pill and swallowed it. Mu Qinghe watched from the side. She felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Yuqing, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was probably because of what he had just experienced. Anyone who had walked around the line between life and death would probably feel some lingering fear. Jiang Yuqing looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated gaze. Just now. Thank you. For a moment, he almost thought that Chu Luiyue wanted to kill him. But everything that happened later proved that this was just a misunderstanding. He had always been a suspicious person and wouldn't easily trust anyone. Especially when it was a matter of life and death. Chu Luiyue's unreserved help was greatly beyond his expectations. Young Master Jiang, you're too polite. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly, as if she didn't take this matter to heart. Jiang Yuqing was silent for a while before he spoke again. I owe you one this time. Mu Qinghe suddenly glanced at him, a rare look of surprise flashing through her eyes, as if she hadn't expected him to say this. This person had always been vicious and merciless, cold-hearted and heartless. In the past few years, who knew how many people had sacrificed their lives for him, but he had never once spared them a single glance. Why did he take the initiative to say that he owed Chu Luiyue a favor? Could it be that he intended to befriend Chu Luiyue? After all, from what had happened during this period of time, Chu Luiyue's talent and strength were extraordinary. He was indeed worth befriending. On the surface, Chu Luiyue appeared to be very modest. He repeatedly said that he did not dare, but in fact, there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. She had seen Jiang Yuqing's dog-like behavior too many times. In this world, there was probably no one who knew better than her what kind of shocking level this man could bring to two-faced people. When he handed her tea, he always had a gentle and elegant smile on his face, but in the end, she found out that under the mask of that smile, it was all poison. Chu Luiyue did not take this matter to heart. She treated Jiang Yuqing's somewhat complicated gaze as a joke. In fact, she was more interested in Mu Qinghe. Vice Admiral Mu, why did you suddenly come out from that side just now? Mu Qinghe's face was expressionless as usual. We encountered an accident earlier, and everyone fell into a ravine. It took me a lot of effort to escape. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luiyue and frowned. Why did you, Lu Yu? Before Mu Qinghe could finish, he was interrupted by Mu Hongyu's voice. Chu Luiyue looked back and saw that Chang Wanzhou and the rest were actually here. Chang Wanzhou was at the front and was the fastest. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran were slightly behind, but they also looked worried. Although Lei Laosi was still guarding there, he kept looking over here. After all, the commotion just now was not small. Chu Luiyue smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Mu Hongyu and the rest were relieved when they saw that she was indeed not injured. She turned and looked at Jiang Yucheng and Mu Qinghe. Mu Qinghe was fine, but Jiang Yucheng's body was covered in black mud. He was covered in wounds and blood, and his face was pale. He looked very disheveled. Mu Hongyu frowned and covered her nose. What's that smell? It was as if something was rotting, and it was mixed with a thick bloody smell that made one feel nauseous. Jiang Yucheng's face turned from white to green, and the veins on his forehead were still throbbing. Yi Ranran secretly pulled Mu Hongyu and gave her a look. Isn't this smell coming from Jiang Yucheng's body? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Jiang Yucheng if she said that? Mu Hongyu then realized it and shut her mouth. She glanced at Chu Luiyue. I seem to have offended someone? However, Chu Luiyue's expression was normal, and when he looked back at her, he had a relieved expression. Also, there seemed to be a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Mu Hongyu was a little confused. This. Luyu doesn't seem to mind this very much. Why do I feel like I'm being affirmed? Mu Hongyu thought for a while and couldn't figure it out, so she threw this matter to the back of her mind. I'll listen to Lu Yu. If Lu Yu says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Chu Luiyue stared at Jiang Yucheng's face a few more times. Pfft. In the entire Tianling dynasty, who would dare to ridicule Jiang Yucheng in front of him? Only a simple-minded person like Mu Hongyu would do such a thing. Chu Luiyue praised in his heart. Well done. Jiang Yucheng won't be able to put on airs for a long time in the future. Mu Qinghe looked at them and frowned even more. Why, are you all here? You weren't dragged down? Chu Luiyue nodded honestly. During the riot, my magical beast suddenly ran away, so I chased after it. The rest of them followed me. Later, when we found the magical beast and wanted to go back, we realized that you guys were no longer here. We decided to stay here and wait for an opportunity to meet up with the main group. Chu Luiyue casually brushed the matter aside and asked, why? Weren't you all together at the beginning? Why did you all split up? Mu Qinghe, Shang Wanwan, Jiang Yucheng, and the others had always been together. Even they had split up, let alone the others. Mu Qinghe's face was a little cold. The situation happened too suddenly. If he didn't have a certain understanding of the mystic forest and knew how to deal with Wan Yeshan, he would probably still be trapped in that swamp. I see. I wonder how the others are now. Chu Luiyue looked around as if he wanted to see if anyone would come out again. Mu Qinghe and Jiang Yucheng didn't say anything. How could they answer this? Based on the situation of the swamp below, it would be difficult to escape. They had just entered the mystic forest, and they had encountered such a thing. It was obvious that more than 1,000 people had died. Mu Qinghe rarely suffered such a big loss, so naturally, she wasn't in a good mood. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Jiang Yucheng finally came back to his senses and looked up with a serious expression. Is that a 9th grade magical beast that is about to break through? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 701. Jiang Yucheng's tone was filled with bewilderment, but his eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. It was obvious that he didn't expect that he would end up here after walking on the edge of life and death. He bumped into the 9th grade fiend that was going through Tianlei. Previously, he had been thinking about it, but now that he saw it as soon as he raised his eyes, how could he not be happy? Chu Luiyue nodded calmly. They were already here, and Tianlei kept falling. Even a fool could tell what the situation was now. Jiang Yucheng got up and wanted to walk forward. Chu Luiyue raised his brows slightly. Lei Laosi was guarding over there, and it would be a miracle if Jiang Yucheng could go over safely. With his current ability, he probably couldn't even last 10 moves under Lei Laoxi's hands. It was Mu Qinghe who stopped him. "Eldest young master, it's very dangerous over there. Let's wait and see first." Jiang Yuqing was a little displeased. Chu Luiyue and the rest came from there just now, but they couldn't go over now. It was already embarrassing enough. If they continued to hide here, wouldn't they seem even more cowardly? Jiang Yuqing didn't listen and continued walking forward. However, he just took 2 steps when a burning pain suddenly came from his lower abdomen. Jiang Yuqing's face turned pale instantly, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Mu Qinghe immediately went forward to support him and frowned. "Eldest young master, what's wrong?" Due to the intense pain, Jiang Yuqing's forehead was filled with sweat, and his lips were trembling slightly. He couldn't say a word. He had felt this a few times before, but it was never as painful as this time. It was as if a flame directly penetrated his lower abdomen and entered his dantian. It was also the first time Mu Qinghe saw Jiang Yuqing like this, and she thought that he was injured by Wan Yishan's roots just now. "Eldest young master, you should rest for a while first. Your body is more important." Even if Jiang Yuqing wanted to refuse, he couldn't say anything now. Chu Luiyue glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Yuqing barely managed to sit cross-legged when he felt the pain quickly disappear. However, the bone-piercing pain lingered in his mind for a long time. A trace of worry and fear finally appeared in Jiang Yuqing's heart. This time, it might be a coincidence. What about twice? What about the 3rd time? There was definitely something wrong with his body. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Back then, that Xia Mu had only used a brush to leave a bloody hole in his body. In fact, it wasn't a serious injury. As long as he recuperated well, he would recover very quickly. However, even after some time had passed, the wounds still did not heal. And from time to time, there would be this strange burning pain. However, Jiang Yuqing didn't dare to expose this in front of outsiders. He could only nod briefly and say nothing more. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a little itchy on her neck. She turned her head and saw Dumpling pulling her hair and wagging its tail, as if it wanted to go back. She didn't know what was over there that made it yearn for it so much. Chu Luiyue patted its head comfortingly and looked at Jiang Yuqing. "Eldest young master Jiang, why don't you rest here first? We'll go and see how that 9th-grade demonic beast is doing. The 3rd princess came here this time for the divine beast's blood. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it?" Jiang Yuqing wanted to go by himself. However, he really couldn't do anything in his current state. He could only nod and look at Mu Qinghe. "You should go with them." Mu Qinghe was stronger, so she would definitely be more confident if she went. Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched, but she didn't say anything. "Eldest young master's body." Mu Qinghe seemed to be a little hesitant. "Just go ahead. I know how my body is." Jiang Yuqing's expression became a little more solemn. Mu Qinghe didn't hesitate anymore and immediately agreed. "Yes." Chu Luiyue's lips curled up. With Vice Admiral Mu around, we'll be more confident. Mu Qinghe's expression was cold as she followed them forward. Hearing that Chu Luiyue and the rest were back, Lei Laoxi turned around to take a look. With this glance, she saw Mu Qinghe, who was following behind the few of them. Murderous intent surged out from Lei Laoxi's eyes instantly. "I didn't see her earlier, but I didn't expect her to be here." He gripped the hammer in his hand tightly, and the force around him surged. Mu Qinghe seemed to have noticed something and suddenly raised his head to take a look. The two of them looked at each other. Mu Qinghe immediately felt the other party's intense murderous intent. It was as though he was going to attack the next moment. He furrowed his brows slightly. Who is this person? Why does he seem to have a deep hatred for me? Before Mu Qinghe could think too much, a figure suddenly walked in front of her and blocked her line of sight. It was Chu Luiyue. Mu Qinghe's gaze landed on Chu Luiyue. However, Chu Luiyue seemed to have no intention of doing so as he shouted at the man in front of him. "Big Brother Lei." Hearing this, Lei Laosi suddenly returned to his senses, and the murderous aura in his eyes was restrained. However, his expression still looked like he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chu Luiyue walked to him and smiled. "Big brother Lei, don't worry. This is Vice Admiral Mu that I mentioned to you just now. He came with us, and he has no ill intentions." Lei Laosi looked at Chu Luiyue suspiciously. Her words seem like she's trying to hide something. Chu Luiyue then looked at Mu Qinghe and explained, "Vice Admiral Mu Qinghe, Vice Admiral Mu Qinghe. Vice Admiral Mu, this is Lei Laosi, Big brother Lei. He's in charge of protecting this 9th grade fiend." Lei Laosi instantly understood Chu Luiyue's plan. Is she trying to help me hide my identity? It's true that I can't expose myself in front of Mu Qinghe now, but how did Chu Luiyue see through it? Many doubts arose in Lei Laosi's heart. He turned his gaze and fixed it in a certain direction before swiftly retracting it. He took a deep breath and kept the resentment in his heart. Then, he glanced coldly at Mu Qinghe and scoffed. "Another one who wants to join in the fun? I don't care if you're a lieutenant general or not. All of you, stand 10 steps away and are not allowed to come close." Mu Qinghe looked at his ferocious appearance and then at the gigantic colorful barrier behind him as she narrowed her eyes. Why would a human be in charge of guarding a 9th grade fiend? However, this Lei Laosi does seem to have some ability, and he's obviously moving more freely than us in this area filled with terrifying suppression. It's obvious that he's been here for a long time, and he might really be related to that 9th grade fiend. Chu Luiyue smiled and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, we're just here to watch. We won't do anything. Vice Admiral Mu, don't you think so?" Mu Qinghe paused for a moment and nodded. Lei Laosi scoffed. Now is the crucial moment, and there mustn't be any mistakes. Mu Qinghe. It's not too late to deal with her in the future. Just as he was about to turn around, his gaze suddenly focused on a figure far away. Who is that person? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 702. Chu Luiyue thought that he saw Jiang Yucheng and was about to speak when she suddenly heard a panting voice from behind. "Vice Admiral Mu?" Recognizing the identity of the owner of this voice, Chu Luiyue knitted her brows slightly, and a hint of annoyance appeared in the corners of her eyes. She lazily turned around to take a look. It was indeed Elder Chushi. At this moment, he looked rather disheveled. Half of his body was stained with black mud, and his face was even scratched by something. Fresh blood flowed down, and he looked a little terrifying. He was only slightly better than Jiang Yucheng. Mu Qinghe walked forward. "Elder Chushi, why are you here?" "I didn't seem to hear anything just now." Elder Chushi hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm as he asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" He hurriedly asked, "Vice Admiral Mu, have you seen the 3rd princess?" Elder Chushi did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this. Chu Luiyue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Murderous intent flashed past Lei Laosi's eyes. The others also quietened down. Mu Qinghe knitted her brows and shook her head. "No." Elder Chushi was extremely anxious. "What should we do? What should we do?" "Elder Chushi, don't be anxious. What exactly happened? Weren't you always with Her Highness previously?" Elder Chushi and Elder Duanmu Chun were different from him. The two of them were here specifically to protect Shangguanwan. Even if Mu Qinghe and Jiang Yucheng weren't with Shangguanwan, these two elders should be by her side and never leave her side. Elder Chushi took a deep breath, but his face was still filled with anxiety and nervousness. "At the start, we did indeed fall into that gully with the 3rd princess. I'm sure you know what happened down there, Vice Admiral Mu." Mu Qinghe nodded. Actually, there were quite a number of people who fell down at the same time, including some of the Black Cavalry and a few sect disciples. However, the swamp below was extremely dangerous. Many people fell into it and never came out again. Originally, we weren't too far away from His Highness. We planned to bring His Highness away, but then, for some reason, the swamp suddenly started to move. Elder Chushi swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. When he recalled the scene back then, there was still a sense of horror in his heart. In the end, we were all separated. His Highness is also nowhere to be found, even he had a hard time seizing the chance to escape. He had only come here because he had sensed the commotion. She immediately spotted Mu Qinghe. Because Elder Chushi came directly from another direction, he didn't see Jiang Yuqing sitting on the other side in the distance. Vice Admiral Mu, you said His Highness. His Highness, Elder Chushi's aged face was filled with worry. That place was extremely dangerous. He didn't know how long Shangguan Wan could last, Mu Qinghe said in a deep voice. Elder Chushi, don't worry. Since so many people are here, perhaps some of them are still with His Highness. Moreover, His Highness is blessed by the heavens. Nothing will happen to him. That's right. Her Highness the Third Princess is extremely powerful. Even if she really encounters any trouble, she will definitely be able to deal with it easily, right? A lazy and clear voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Elder Chushi looked over in a daze. Only then did he clearly see that the person who spoke was actually Chu Luyue. Why are you here? Elder Chushi felt extremely annoyed when he saw this face, and the expression on his face became much colder. Chu Luyue felt that it was ridiculous. She seemed to be the first to come to this place, right? Why were these people asking her this question now? Could it be that she, Chu Luyue, was not qualified to appear here? Chu Luyue said with a faint smile. Elder Chushi, we have been here since the beginning. You were thinking about the third princess wholeheartedly, so it's normal that you didn't see us. However, your expression. Could it be that you feel that what I said just now was wrong? Elder Chushi's face instantly flushed red. He knew a little about Shangguan Wan's condition. Hence, when he heard Chu Liyue's words just now, he subconsciously felt that it was sarcastic. But thinking about it now, what would a Chu Liyue know? If he admitted it, wouldn't it be equivalent to saying that something would definitely happen to Shangguan Wan? He waved his sleeves fiercely. The third princess will naturally be safe and sound. Do I need you to say that? Chu Liyue smiled with curved eyes as though she didn't mind Elder Chushi's bad attitude at all. Lei Laosi clenched the hammer in his hand tightly and suppressed the emotions in his heart with much difficulty as he turned to look at the colorful barrier. Everyone is really here. If it weren't for the fact that he had to guard this place and boss kept reminding him not to mess around, even if he had to search the entire mystic forest, he would have found Shangguan Wan and the rest and smashed their heads open with a hammer. Chu Liyue glanced at him lightly. Even if she only saw his back view, she could still feel that suppressed anger. It's really tough for him to hold it in, Chu Liyue's lips curled up. If there was a chance, she really wanted to have a good chat with Lei Laosi. Mu Qinghe persuaded in a low voice. Elder Chushi, since you're here, the third princess should be nearby too. Why don't we use this place as the center and search the surroundings? You might be able to find her. Elder Chushi's face was filled with worry. Sigh. That's the only way. Right, what's that? As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed at the colorful barrier with a bewildered expression. Just now, he only wanted to find Shangguan Wan and didn't pay attention to anything else. Now that he paid a little more attention, he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The suppression contained in that colorful barrier was incomparably shocking. The most important thing was that it seemed to have attracted Tian Lei. Isn't this is the 9th grade fiend that we were looking for previously? Mu Qinghe said softly. Although Elder Chushi had already expected it, he was still shocked when he heard it personally. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward as he stared intently ahead. This is real? He had never seen a legendary fiend before. If this 9th grade fiend could successfully break through, then, Elder Chushi, aren't you in a hurry to find the third princess? Chu Liyue asked lazily. Elder Choshi's expression froze. I think I should wait here to get the blood of the legendary fiend. After all, the third princess is here for this. If I miss it, the third princess will definitely blame me. Zap! A black arrow pierced through the air. It went straight for Elder Choshi's glabella. At the same time, his furious voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in their ears. Old thing, you're dreaming. Digression, there's one more update. Around 9 p.m., mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 703. Elder Choshi was shocked and immediately blocked it with his hand. Mu Qinghe raised her arm, raised the scabbard, and blocked that black arrow. Ding! A crisp sound of collision was heard. Mu Qinghe's expression changed slightly. The power contained in this arrow was extremely strong, and it directly numbed half of his arm. However, he didn't block that arrow completely and only caused it to deviate slightly from its original direction. Elder Choshi was furious, but he didn't have time to execute any other moves and could only grab it with his bare hands. He did grab the arrow, but his palms seemed to be on fire. Elder Choshi's eyelids twitched harshly, and he couldn't wait to let go of his hand immediately. However, how could he do such a thing with so many people watching? Thus, he could only forcefully endure it and silently swallow this pain. However, the power on that arrow was too strong. After it landed in his hand, it actually didn't stop and was still spinning crazily instead. Poof! That arrow actually shot out from Elder Choshi's hand. As the direction was slightly deviated previously, that arrow still flew over his head and brushed past his scalp tightly. Elder Choshi felt that his scalp was almost lifted. However, what made him suffer the most right now wasn't the pain in his scalp, but his hand stretched out slightly, and he quickly lowered his head to take a look. His palm was already badly mutilated. Elder Choshi's heart thumped harshly. If that arrow really passed through my glabella, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. After the shock, there was lingering fear. After the lingering fear, there was anger. Elder Choshi only felt that his heart and lungs were filled with extreme resentment, which almost made him crazy. He raised his head furiously and glared at Lei Laosi. You, what about me? Lei Laosi raised his hand, and that arrow turned around and flew back into his hand. He took a look and wiped the arrow on his coarse clothes in disdain before putting it back into the quiver. It was as though it was stained with something dirty. I'm not going to tell you that with me, Lei Laosi, around today, no one can enter this barrier. As Lei Laosi spoke, he glared at Elder Choshi with a warning gaze. The corners of his eyes were red, and his face was fierce. It was obvious that he was really angry. No one doubted that if anyone dared to step forward, he would immediately pierce through their heart. There was a moment of silence. Even Elder Choshi, who had suffered a great loss, took a while to react. He opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute. This Lei Laosi's strength is definitely above all of us. Elder Choshi had a proud personality and liked to compete for everything. However, when his life was in danger, he knew to lower his head and admit defeat. Who asked him to be slightly inferior? Elder Choshi tried his best to make his expression look natural, but his stiff face still betrayed him, showing his nervousness and fear. Who are you? How could he be so arrogant? Could it be that this 9th-rank magical beast is your magical beast? Lei Laosi looked at him as though he was looking at a dead man. Looks like you haven't suffered enough just now. As he spoke, he was about to knock another arrow. Elder Choshi's heart trembled, and he actually took half a step back unconsciously. Chu Luiyue glanced at it, and her lips curled up into a smile. He didn't laugh out loud. However, who couldn't tell the meaning of this mockery? Elder Choshi instantly felt extremely embarrassed. His old face had been completely lost here. I'd better go and find the third princess first. Then, he hurriedly turned around and left. After walking for a distance, Elder Chushi's expression still didn't recover. This was the first time he had made a fool of himself. Mu Qinghe looked at Lei Laosi with a deep gaze. Lei Laosi clearly had the intention to kill when he attacked just now. Who exactly is he? Did he attack so viciously because he felt offended or because of other reasons? Boom! Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Chu Luiyue turned around and looked intently. This was already the 5th Tianlei. Half of the 9th Tianlei was already gone. The transparent part of the barrier also became wider and wider, almost reaching half of the entire height. However, the strange thing was that no one could see the magical beast's appearance until now. Chu Luiyue looked carefully again, and suddenly, her gaze focused. What is that? Hearing her voice, the few of them followed her line of sight. A piece of dried brown tree bark? That seems to be a tree. Yi Ranran was the first to speak with sharp eyes. Chu Luiyue actually saw it too. At the center of the barrier, there indeed seemed to be a huge and thick one yeshan. At first, they could only see piled up fallen leaves and extended tree roots, but now, they could see a section of the tree trunk. This tree was taller and more majestic than any tree they had seen before. Chu Luiyue took a closer look and realized that even if 5 people hugged the tree together, they might not be able to do it. However, wasn't there a 9th-grade magical beast trying to break through inside the barrier? Why is there a strange tree here? As the light kept flashing above, everyone couldn't see clearly what was inside other than the tree. Fortunately, the colorful light above the barrier continued to converge toward the top. Below, another part of the barrier became transparent. The pressure became stronger and stronger. Obviously, that magical beast had successfully survived the 5th Tianlei. Whoosh, the sound of wings flapping and the sound of the wind suddenly came. A huge shadow was cast on the barrier. Half of the shadow was outlined. Mu Hongyu exclaimed. That's really a wing. That must be the magical beasts. She couldn't hide her surprise and shouted at Chu Luiyue, Luyu, what we saw just now is that. Chu Luiyue didn't respond. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but turn to look at her, only to see Chu Luiyue staring at the barrier, her face full of shock. Luyu, Luyu? What's wrong with you? Mu Hongyu nudged her arm uneasily and asked softly, what's wrong? Chu Luiyue's blood almost froze. She opened her mouth with difficulty. Did you see the color of that wing? Mu Hongyu was stunned. Color? I think it's colorful. What's wrong? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Just now, that half of the wing, she couldn't be more familiar with it. That was the wing of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Digression, tomorrow at 12:00 mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 704. Chu Luiyue's body stiffened. Only her heart was beating violently, as though it was going to jump out of her mouth. Her mind was blank. Back then, she had been forced into a desperate situation and had resolutely chosen to commit suicide. But before that, she had specially released the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Generally speaking, when the owner died, the contracted magical beast would definitely die along with it. At that time, Chu Luiyue had forcefully removed the contract between them, hoping that her choice wouldn't affect it. However, the situation was critical. Even Chu Luiyue didn't know what had happened in the end. Previously, she had asked around and the news she got was that the 9-colored heavenly pheasant was dead. Even though Chu Luiyue was extremely sorrowful, she had gradually accepted this matter and buried it deep in her heart. Originally, she thought that this matter would forever pass like this and that no one would remember that there was a 9-colored heavenly pheasant in this world that had accompanied her for many years. But now, that half a wing that suddenly flashed past stunned Chu Luiyue. A preposterous thought appeared in her mind. Maybe, probably, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant from back then was actually still alive? Chu Liuyue's eyes didn't blink as she stared at the rainbow-colored barrier in front of her. That's right. This barrier is also rainbow-colored. Upon closer inspection, isn't it exactly the same color as the 9-colored heavenly pheasant? Chu Liuyue's hands clenched tightly in her sleeves. Her heart felt like it was being hung by something. Her chest felt empty, but it also felt like it was being crazily squeezed by something. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't speak. If the 9th-grade magical beast inside is really, but what if it isn't? Chu Liuyue's knuckles turned white. After the surging anticipation and desire, a trace of fear actually appeared. Although the 9-colored heavenly pheasant was rare, there wasn't only one in this world. Two thoughts were crazily fighting in Chu Liuyue's mind. One was thinking, maybe it is. Maybe I really received pity from the heavens and returned my magical beast to me? The other was thinking, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? If not, then wouldn't I have been happy for nothing? Sometimes, giving people hope and then letting them be disappointed was even harder to accept than not having any hope at all. Chu Liuyue's eyes were dry. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and her limbs were cold. She had already lost too much and definitely didn't want to experience such pain again. Mu Hongyu was worried when she saw that Chu Liuyue's expression was off. Lu Yu. What's wrong with you? She had never seen Chu Liuyue had such an expression. She seemed to be something. Is she to look to the magical beast inside the barrier too? But she Chu Liuyue lightly shook her head. Li. How do you to be to Mu Hongyu pressed her lips against each other. Seeing that Chu Liuyue didn't seem to want to say anything and that her attention was still on the fiend that was breaking through, she could only swallow her words. Forget it, I'll ask her what's going on later. Suddenly, Mu Hongyu caught a glimpse of Dumpling, who was squatting on Chu Liuyue's shoulder. Her body seemed to have flashed with a colorful light. It was fleeting. Mu Hongyu blinked and took a closer look. She found that the light had disappeared. Dumpling was still the same Dumpling. Her body was furry and blood-red, and she didn't seem to have changed. Maybe I saw wrongly, Mu Hongyu rubbed her eyes. Staring at the colorful barrier, she felt like she was about to start hallucinating. Dumpling quietly leaned against Chu Liuyue's neck. Chu Liuyue didn't look back, but subconsciously patted her body. If she turned her head to look, she would see that Dumpling's eyes were closed. And between her eyebrows, there was a faint flash of light. But Chu Liuyue didn't see any of this. She only raised her head to take a look. Among the layers of rolling dark clouds, the 6th Tianlei had gathered. Now, she was more anxious than anyone else. She couldn't wait for the remaining Tianlei to fall. As long as the colorful barrier faded and became transparent, she would be able to see the situation inside. Also, she wanted to know if the demonic beast that was breaking through inside was what she guessed. The waiting time seemed to be unbearable. Chu Liuyue counted silently in her heart. Finally. Boom! The 6th Tianlei fell with a loud bang. Boom boom boom. The power of each Tianlei was stronger than the previous Tianlei. When the 6th Tianlei fell, it even tore the void apart. Behind it, a straight black spatial crack stretched across the sky. It slashed down from top to bottom. Violent energy shockwaves spread out in all directions, sweeping across everything in its path. All the trees in the vicinity were overturned. Even Lei Laosi, who was guarding at the front, was forced back by 3 steps. He cursed in his heart, and the hammer in his hand fell harshly to the ground. A barrier instantly appeared in front of him. He turned back and shouted at Chu Liuyue and the rest. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Are you looking for death by standing so close? I'm supposed to stay here to guard. Why are they joining in the fun? Chi! A formless wave of energy surged forth. It went straight for Chu Liuyue. Chang Wanzhou's expression turned cold, and he immediately went forward. A sparrow blue flame flashed past. Boom! The two forces collided harshly. Mu Hongyu immediately pulled Chu Liuyue's arm and wanted to retreat with her. Lu Yu. Quickly go. This position is simply too dangerous. However, Chu Liyue suddenly grabbed her hand and pushed it away slowly and firmly. Retreat first. Mu Hongyu was confused. What? What does that mean? You're not retreating with us, you're still going to stay here? Chu Liyue stared at the colorful barrier in front of her without blinking. The surrounding light was so bright that it was almost blinding. However, she could still clearly see that the colorful stream of light in the middle of the barrier was fading away quickly. She could already see the extremely thick branches and leaves of Wan Yeshan. Just a little more, Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu urged her again and grabbed her hand again. Yi Ranran also persuaded her. Lu Yu. Tianlei will only get stronger behind us. Let's retreat for a while first. No matter what Chu Liyue wanted to do, she had to protect her own life first, right? Chu Liyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in front of her and quickly ordered in a low voice. Little Zhou, take the two of them and leave first. Chang Wanzhou turned around. His delicate eyes were full of shock. Seeing Chu Liuyue's determined expression, he pursed his lips and nodded gently. Since it was her order, he naturally had to obey it unconditionally. Chang Wanzhou quickly moved and pulled Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran back. The two of them were no match for Chang Wanzhou at all. They were taken away just like that. Boom! The seventh Tianlei struck fiercely. Chu Liyue clenched her fists and took a step forward. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 705. Lei Laosi heard the commotion and turned around to take a look. When he saw Chu Liyue advancing instead of retreating, he was instantly angered. Little brat. Are you tired of living? Other people wouldn't even be able to escape in time, but she actually went forward. She really doesn't care about her own life. However, Chu Liyue didn't have any hesitation on her face. That pair of eyes that were as deep and bright as black jade was surging with an extremely firm and cold aura at this moment. Lei Laosi was about to scold her again when he saw her expression and was suddenly stunned. That beautiful face was filled with persistence, and there was even undisguised nobility and disdain between her brows. It was as though she was saying that no one in this world could stop her from doing what she wanted to do. This expression, this attitude, this high and mighty aura that made people submit to her, Lei Laosi had only seen it on one person before. The current Chu Liyue was like a completely different person from that cunning smile from before. For some reason, Lei Laosi suddenly felt that this face in front of him seemed to have gradually merged with a certain face in his memory. He shook his head harshly. Is he crazy? He actually compared Chu Liyue to Her Highness? But, once this thought appeared, it seemed to have taken root in his heart and couldn't be removed no matter what. Just as he was hesitating, Chu Liyue took another step forward. She was standing 10 steps away from the barrier just now, but she was even closer now. You, Lei Laosi wanted to persuade her again, but Chu Liyue suddenly turned her gaze and glanced at him. That glance was extremely light and faint. Lei Laosi suddenly shuddered as though he was nailed to the ground by something. He swallowed the rest of his sentence back. Seems like, that glance just now really seems like it. So much so that for a moment, he almost, is that Chu Liyue crazy? Is she crazy? Elder Qiushi, who had previously said that he was leaving to look for Sheng Wanwan, was still standing not far away. He was glaring at Chu Liyue with a face full of shock and anger. He pointed a finger at Chu Liyue and trembled like a sieve. Mu Qinghe frowned. Chu Liyue was her business. What did it have to do with others? Elder Qiushi was so angry because he was worried that Chu Liyue would be closer to that demonic beast. He was afraid that the pavilion closest to the water would gain the moonlight first. He took a few steps back and said calmly, Elder Qiushi, if something really happens to her, She can only blame herself for not caring about her own life. Why are you so agitated? Furthermore, didn't you say that you were going to look for the third princess first? Elder Qiushi was at a loss for words. He wanted to find Shengguan, but the 9th rank magical beast was here. His face flushed red. After a while, he retorted. This old man is worried that Chu Luiyue will ruin things because of his greed. At this moment, Mu Hongyu and the other two had already retreated to the back, and they happened to hear Elder Qiushi's words clearly. Mu Hongyu was already very worried about Chu Luiyue. When she heard this, she was even angrier. I say, is this Elder Qiushi? What right do you have to say that about Luyu? What do you mean by her greed will ruin things? It's a 9th rank magical beast. What can Luyu do to it? Aren't you thinking too highly of our Luyu? They were now afraid that Luyu would be in danger, but he was still saying such things. Elder Qiushi said angrily, who are you? How dare you talk back to me like this? Yi Ranran kindly explained, Elder Qiushi, this is Mu Hongyu. She's also the new disciple of Dragon Teeth Mountain's Mountain Master. Elder Qiushi was instantly speechless. In the entire Xiling, who didn't know that Jian Shai was a protective person? If they really angered him, it would really cause a lot of trouble. Elder Qiushi swallowed his anger and was at a loss. He waved his sleeve and rebuked angrily, no matter who you are, Chu Luiyue is wrong for doing this. If we can't obtain the deity this time. At this point, Elder Qiushi suddenly remembered what happened earlier and immediately felt his palm hurt even more. His lips squirmed twice, and he changed his words. If we can't successfully complete the mission this time, all the blame will be borne by Chu Luiyue alone. He's really twisting words and forcing logic. Mu Hongyu was so angry that she laughed. Yi Ranran's round little face also had a serious expression. Even Chang Wanzhou, who had been looking at Chu Luiyue, turned his head and glanced coldly at Elder Qiushi. Elder Qiushi only felt a chill on his body, and his heart inexplicably turned cold. Yi Ranran said, Elder Qiushi, if you're really so considerate of the third princess, why don't you go over yourself now? This way, you don't have to worry about Luyu doing anything bad and affecting that divine beast. What do you think? Elder Qiushi was choked half to death. He huffed and puffed until smoke came out of his head. Finally, he said, Chu Luiyue alone is already risky enough in the past. How can I go too? The right thing to do is to wait and see. Mu Hongyu sneered. The scene fell into a strange silence. Elder Qiushi also realized that his words were very powerless, and his face turned red and white. Mu Qinghe finally spoke. Elder Qiushi, why don't you go over there first and see how eldest young master is doing? Perhaps, eldest young master has a way to contact the third princess. Elder Qiushi turned around to take a look. Only then did he vaguely see a figure in the distance. That was Jiang Yucheng. Why is eldest young master there? He's injured and is recuperating for the time being, Mu Qinghe explained. You can go over and protect eldest young master while you're at it. Elder Qiushi was really speechless. Thinking that it was so embarrassing here, he might as well leave first. Elder Qiushi thought for a moment and put on a worried expression. How can we let eldest young master stay alone in such a situation? I'll go first. With that, he really left. On the one hand, he didn't want to see Mu Hongyu and the others again. On the other hand, Jiang Yucheng's location wasn't very far from here. If something really happened here, he could quickly rush over from there. Of course, the most important thing was that he felt that Chu Luiyue was just courting death if he went over. It was impossible for him to cause any trouble. Then there was nothing to worry about. After he left, the remaining people finally quieted down. However, Chu Luiyue, who was standing in front, was unaware of this. 2/3 of the area of the huge barrier had become transparent. From where Chu Luiyue was, he could already see the branches of the thick tree. It seemed like there was something on this tree. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but take another step forward. The 8th Tianlei suddenly fell. Boom! The bright and dazzling light almost lit up the entire world. Chu Liuyue's sight was filled with white light. Suddenly, in the vast expanse of whiteness, a brilliant stream of colorful light quietly arrived. Almost all the colors on the barrier faded away, leaving only the last circle at the top. A magnificent feather floated down to the ground. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 706. Chu Liuyue's entire body stiffened. Only her heart was beating furiously, as though it was about to jump out of her mouth. Her mind was completely blank. Back then, she had been forced into a desperate situation and had resolutely chosen to commit suicide. But before that, she had specially released the 9-colored sky pheasant. Generally speaking, when a master died, their contracted magical beasts would definitely die as well. At that time, Chu Liyue had forcefully rescinded the contract between them, hoping that her choice would not affect it. However, the situation had been dire. Even Chu Liyue herself did not know what had happened in the end. Previously, she had tried to ask around indirectly, and the news she had received was that the 9-colored sky pheasant was already dead. Even though Chu Liyue was filled with grief, she had gradually accepted this matter and buried it deep in her heart. Originally, she had thought that this matter would pass by forever and that no one would ever remember that there had been a 9-colored sky pheasant in this world that had accompanied her for many years. But now, that half of a wing that had suddenly swept past had completely dumbfounded Chu Liyue. An absurd idea popped up in her mind. Perhaps, possibly, probably, the 9-colored sky pheasant from back then was actually still alive. Chu Liyue's eyes did not blink as she stared at the colorful barrier in front of her. That's right. This barrier was also colorful. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it exactly the same color as the 9-colored sky pheasant's body? Chu Liyue clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves. Her heart felt like it was being hung by something and her chest was empty. However, it also felt like it was being squeezed by something crazily, making her so uncomfortable that she could not speak. If the 9th-grade magical beast inside was really, but what if it wasn't? Chu Liyue's knuckles turned white. After the surging anticipation and desire, a trace of fear actually appeared. Although the 9-colored sky pheasant was rare, there was more than one in this world. Two thoughts were frantically fighting in Chu Liyue's mind. One was thinking, maybe it is. Maybe the heavens really took pity on her and returned her magical beast to her. The other was thinking, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? If it wasn't, then wasn't she rejoicing for nothing? Sometimes, giving people hope and then letting them down was even harder to accept than not having any hope at all. Chu Liyue's eyes were dry and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. Her limbs were cold. She had already lost too much. She definitely didn't want to experience such pain again. Mu Hongyu saw that there was something wrong with Chu Liyue's expression and felt worried. Liyue. What's wrong with you? She had almost never seen Chu Liyue reveal such an expression. It was as if she was waiting for something, but also as if she was afraid of something. Was she looking at the magical beasts inside the colorful barrier? But didn't she only see half a wing? Chu Liyue shook her head gently. I'm fine. How did this look like she was fine? Mu Hongyu pursed her lips. Seeing that Chu Liyue didn't seem to want to say more and her attention was still on the magical beast that was breaking through, she could only swallow her words. Forget it. I'll ask her what's going on later. Suddenly, Mu Hongyu glanced out of the corner of her eye and accidentally saw Tuanzi, who was squatting on Chu Liyue's shoulder. There seemed to be a flash of colorful light on its body. It was fleeting. Mu Hongyu blinked and took a closer look, only to find that the light had disappeared. Tuanzi was still the original Tuanzi. Its whole body was furry and blood-red. There didn't seem to be any change. Maybe she had seen it wrong. Mu Hongyu rubbed her eyes. She had been staring at the colorful barrier for so long that she felt like she was going to hallucinate. Tuanzi calmly leaned against Chu Liuyue's neck. Chu Liyue didn't look back, but subconsciously patted its body. If she turned her head at this moment, she would see that Tuanzi's eyes were closed. And between its eyebrows, there was a faint flash of light. But Chu Liyue didn't see any of these. She just looked up. The sixth bolt of heavenly lightning had already gathered in the layers of dark clouds. Now, she was more anxious than anyone else. She couldn't wait for all the remaining heavenly thunder to fall at once. As long as the light on the colorful barrier faded away and became transparent, she would be able to see what was going on inside. And, she wanted to know if the magical beast that was breaking through inside was the same as she had guessed. The waiting time seemed to be particularly hard to bear. Chu Liyue counted silently in her heart. Finally, boom! The sixth heavenly thunder fell with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! The power of each heavenly thunder was stronger than the previous one. When the sixth heavenly thunder fell, it even tore through the void. Behind it, a straight black crack in space stretched across the sky. It came down from the top to the bottom. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions, sweeping across the area. All the trees within the perimeter were overturned. Even Fourth Lei, who was guarding at the front, was forced back 3 steps. He cursed in his heart and smashed the hammer in his hand onto the ground. A barrier instantly appeared in front of him. He turned around and shouted at Chu Liyue and the others. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and retreat." Were they looking for death by standing so close to him? He was going to stay here and be in charge of guarding. What were they doing here? Whoosh! An invisible wave surged over. It went straight for Chu Liyue. Chang Wanzhou's expression turned slightly cold, and he immediately stepped forward. A sparrow blue flame flashed past. Boom! The 2 waves of energy collided violently. Mu Hongyu immediately grabbed Chu Liyue's arm and was about to retreat with her. "Liyue! Hurry up and leave." This position was too dangerous. However, Chu Liyue suddenly grabbed her hand and then slowly and firmly pushed it away. "Both of you retreat first." Mu Hongyu had a blank expression. What? What did that mean? "You're not retreating with us, you're going to stay here." Chu Liyue stared at the colorful barrier in front of her. Light shone around them, so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. However, she could still clearly see that the colorful flowing light in the middle of the barrier was fading away quickly. She could already see the thick branches and leaves of the curly fir tree. Just a little bit more, Liyue." Mu Hongyu urged her again and grabbed her hand again. "Liyue. The heavenly thunder will only get stronger and stronger. Let's retreat a little first." No matter what Chu Liyue wanted to do, they had to protect their own lives first, right? Chu Liyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in front of him and quickly ordered in a low voice. Chu Liyue looked at Chang Wanzhou, who was in front of him. Chang Wanzhou turned around, his exquisite eyes filled with shock. Seeing Chu Liyue's determined expression, he pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Seeing Chu Liyue's determined expression, he pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Since it was her order, he naturally had to obey it unconditionally. Chang Wanzhou moved quickly. He pulled Mu Hongyu and Yi ran and retreated. The 2 of them were no match for Chang Wanzhou. They were taken away just like that. Rumble. The 7th Liyue struck down ruthlessly. Chu Liyue clenched her fists tightly and took a step forward. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 707. Shang Wanwan hid her aura perfectly, so when she suddenly appeared, no one present actually noticed her existence in advance. So, when her figure entered everyone's sight, it truly shocked everyone. She was stained with a bit of dirt, but it wasn't much. Compared to Jiang Yuqing and Elder Qiushi, it was almost negligible. At first glance, her hair was just a little messy and 2 drops of blood splattered on her face. Right now, she was charging towards the barrier at full speed. She obviously wanted to attack the 9-colored heavenly pheasant that was breaking through. The aura surging around her actually reached a shocking peak 7th grade. Chu Lua squinted her eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed past the corner of her eyes. Peak 7th grade, Shangguanwan's Yuan Meridian is crippled now, but she can actually still pretend to have such abilities. It can be seen that she spent a lot of effort. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the barrier, Chu Liuyue's heart suddenly surged with disgust. Even if this 9-colored heavenly pheasant had nothing to do with her, she wasn't willing to see Shangguanwan succeed. Shangguanwan didn't have the right to snatch it from the same clan of fiends that she once contracted with. Other people only thought that Shangguanwan came for the so-called mythical beast's blood, but Chu Luyue was very clear that her motive for coming here was definitely not just this. Wanting to contract with a mythical beast, why don't you see if you have the ability and luck to do so? Chu Luyue paused in her footsteps, and a thought flashed across her mind. Lei Laosi, who was standing closest to the barrier, heard the commotion and immediately turned around to take a look. The next moment, he saw Shangguanwan, who was rushing over aggressively. Lei Laosi was instantly enraged. Great! I haven't gone to look for them yet, but they all came to me one by one. Lei Laosi stomped his right foot harshly on the ground. The tall and sturdy figure immediately flew into the air. His speed was extremely fast. Only an afterimage was left on the spot, but he had already charged in front of Shangguanwan. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The series of actions was done smoothly and smoothly. Zap! The black arrow instantly flew out. He tore through the air and left. Shangguanwan had actually been waiting in the nearby woods for quite some time. After she was separated from Elder Qiushi and the rest, she was trapped in the same place with more than 10 black cavalry soldiers and 5 to 6 sect disciples. It was also thanks to them that she was able to escape from that damned place. Of course, after she came out, those people would stay in the dirty and rotten swamp forever. After that, she searched aimlessly in the forest, hoping to find someone who was alone. However, it didn't take long for them to hear the commotion. Looking at the Tianlei falling one after another, what else was there to not understand? She couldn't care less about looking for him and rushed over without stopping. After arriving here, she didn't advance rashly. Instead, she waited in the distance for an opportunity to arrive. From her position, she could see Lei Laosi and the group. She even saw Elder Qiushi and Jiang Yuqing who came later. However, out of caution, she did not come out and only waited patiently. At times like this, her mind was usually very sharp. Finally, she arrived at the 9th Tianlei. This was the best opportunity and the only opportunity. Because at this time, a 9th grade fiend's defense was the weakest. Hence, she rushed out without hesitation. However, she didn't expect Lei Laosi to be even faster. He actually blocked in front of her. Facing the black arrow that shot towards her glabella, Shangguanwan's eyes darkened, and she flicked her wrist lightly. A black shield immediately appeared in front of her. Ding! The black arrow hit the black shield harshly and made a crisp sound. The arrowhead actually bent directly. On the other hand, that black shield didn't even have a scratch on it. Seeing the black shield that Shangguanwan suddenly took out, Chu Luyue furrowed his brows slightly. On the other side, Mu Qinghe's expression was slightly cold, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed past the corner of his eyes. He didn't expect Shangguanwan to actually take this for herself. Shangguanwan scoffed. It's just a small trick. No matter who you are, get out of the way quickly. If you delay my matters, I won't let you off easily. Dahuang Swamp was also part of the Tianling dynasty's territory, so her identity was still the most honorable here. Normally, those who were tactful would turn pale with fright and move aside humbly. Shangguanwan looked arrogant as she looked at Lei Laosi high up in the air as though she was looking at an ant. However, the scene in her imagination didn't happen. Not only did Lei Laoxi's face not reveal any shock or fear, but he became even more ferocious instead. His gaze swept past the black shield in front of Sheng Wanwan, and the fury in his heart almost burst through the sky. There's actually such a shameless person in this world. Was this black shield something that she was worthy of? What is this? How dare you behave atrociously here? He put away the bow and arrows in his hands and replaced them with a hammer. Without another word, he raised it high up. The surrounding heaven and earth force rapidly gathered. His knotted muscles tightened, and a vast aura surged around him. It rose crazily. In the end, it stopped at beginner stage 8. Sheng Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. This Lei Laoxi actually concealed his abilities previously. Beginner stage 8, how can I possibly be his opponent? The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment. At this moment, Chu Luiyue was thinking about how to stop Sheng Wanwan. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed past her ears. She was shocked as she saw a red shadow scurrying out directly. It also went straight for that barrier. Dumpling! Chu Luiyue shouted, but she couldn't stop Dumpling. She turned around and followed her without thinking. The aftermath of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant breaking through to become a legendary beast was extremely terrifying. Judging from this smell, this 9-colored heavenly pheasant's bloodline power was extremely rich, and it was basically about to break through successfully. With such a horrible bloodline pressure, Tuanzi would be crushed if she went there. Just as Chu Luiyue followed her worriedly, Lei Laoxi also noticed the situation here. Damn it! Both of them are so restless. If Sheng Wanwan wanted to barge into this place, he definitely had to stop her, but what was going on with Chu Luiyue? Didn't she want to leave just now? Did she think that she could barge into this barrier safely with her mediocre abilities? Damn girl! Go back! Lei Laoxi couldn't hold it in and directly cursed. Seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't listen to a single word and rushed over here without stopping, Lei Laoxi became even more anxious. Damn it! That Chu Luiyue is courting death herself. Why am I so anxious? Lei Laoxi despised himself in his heart as he shouted in the other direction, "You're too arrogant. Big brother. Do something." Sheng Wanwan saw Chu Luiyue rushing over here, and her lungs were about to explode from anger. How dare a lowly person dream of becoming a legendary beast? Dream on. She grabbed this gap, turned her feet slightly, and rushed over from another direction. Chu Luiyue could clearly hear the commotion around her. However, she only wanted to bring Dumpling back. A terrifying shockwave carrying a gorgeous radiance suddenly spread out from the barrier. Chu Luiyue's heart tightened. Dumpling! Poof! Dumpling's body flashed, and she actually went into that colorful energy wave. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 708. Tuanzi's figure disappeared in an instant. That energy that was about to reach Chu Luiyue seemed to have been stopped by an invisible hand, and then it quickly retreated. Chu Luiyue looked at the empty space in front of her, as well as the barrier with a few faint ripples, and was dazed. What's going on? Not only did Dumpling disappear, but the energy that was halfway dispersed could actually be retracted. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and took a closer look to confirm that she didn't see wrongly. Everything that happened just now was real. Dumpling actually barged in unscathed. She saw clearly that when Dumpling went in, she indeed didn't suffer any threat or harm. It seemed like she went in naturally, as though she entered a place where there was no one. But standing here, Chu Luiyue could still clearly feel the valiant suppression from the boundary. Why did it have to be Dumpling? Right at this moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a force surrounding her. She furrowed her brows and wanted to counterattack immediately. But the moment she was about to make a move, she suddenly realized something and turned her head to look. A man stood in the forest over there. That man was tall, and his shoulders were straight. Like Lei Laosi, he was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He looked to be around 30 years old and had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind that absolutely couldn't be recognized in a crowd. At this moment, he was looking at Chu Luiyue. To be precise, he was looking at the spot in front of Chu Luiyue where Dumpling disappeared. His long and narrow eyes were slightly deep, like a deep and quiet well that didn't have any ripples. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This man's gaze seems a little familiar. This should be the big brother that Lei Laosi mentioned. That man waved his sleeves, and Chu Luiyue's body moved uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, she was a few steps away from that man. Then, that force disappeared quietly. The two of them faced each other. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. This man's ability was definitely not weaker than Lei Laosi and might even be above him. Who exactly were these two people? Why were they guarding a 9-colored heavenly pheasant in this desolate and dangerous mystic forest Lin Jihong? From the color of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's wings, she could tell that it was extremely powerful. There was no need for these two people to stand guard here. Even if it was to ensure sufficient safety when it broke through to become a divine beast, as long as the 9-colored heavenly pheasant gave the order, countless magical beasts would swarm over. Why did they have to pick two humans? Although these two people were indeed very strong, judging from the current situation, these two men were not the master of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Whether it was from the perspective of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant or the two of them, this matter was very strange. While Chu Luiyue was thinking about these things in her heart, the man opposite her was also quietly sizing her up. That blood ferret is your contracted magical beast? He asked in a calm and slightly hoarse voice. Chu Luiyue nodded. Who wouldn't be able to tell? Was there a need to ask? When that man heard that, his long and narrow eyes squinted, and dark waves surged in the bottom of his eyes. Chu Luiyue felt that something was amiss. This man seems to be looking at my face? What's so good about my face? Chu Luiyue wouldn't think that a person who could reach such a level of ability was swayed by her appearance. He seemed to be looking at another person through her. That magical beast of yours is a little interesting. He suddenly laughed and said. Chu Luiyue couldn't figure out what he meant at that moment. In the end, she simply looked up and met his eyes. What exactly do you want to ask? Feel free to speak your mind. That man raised his brows slightly as if he didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be so direct. He suddenly raised his hand. Chu Luiyue's expression changed slightly. For some reason, although she knew that this man was very strong to the point that he could kill her with one hand, she didn't feel threatened or uneasy at all. It was as if she was inexplicably certain that he wouldn't hurt her. She had always been a cautious person, and under normal circumstances, she definitely wouldn't have such feelings towards a stranger who suddenly appeared. Chu Luiyue looked into his eyes, and a white light flashed across her mind. Wait. Could this man be, even the two of us can't enter this spirit formation? The man in front of her suddenly spoke as his hand brushed past Chu Luiyue's ear and pointed behind her. Boom! The sound of a violent collision was suddenly heard. Chu Luiyue suppressed the thoughts in her mind and turned around to look. Lei Laosi had blocked Shang Wanwan again. The two of them fought hand to hand. They fought head-on. Shang Wanwan was in front, but Lei Laosi was stronger, so the two of them ended up in a draw. Of course, Shang Wanwan wasn't as strong as him, so she quickly fell into a disadvantage and was defeated by Lei Laosi. If it weren't for her black shield, she wouldn't have been able to take it anymore. Seeing that she couldn't take it anymore, Shang Wanwan hurriedly turned around and asked Mu Qinghe and Elder Qiushi for help. Vice Admiral Mu. Elder Qiushi. What are you waiting for? Quickly come and help me. Elder Qiushi only hesitated for a moment and immediately planned to go forward. But just as he took a step forward, a bright light suddenly flashed in front of him. Something brushed past the tip of his nose and fell. A fiery pain came, and Elder Qiushi instinctively took a step back. Tut! He looked down and saw a palm-sized metal piece piercing into the ground in front of his feet. If it was slightly wrong, his feet would be in trouble. Elder Chushi was drenched in cold sweat. It's just an abandoned metal piece, and it has such power. This man's ability is terrifying. Behind Elder Chushi, Jiang Yuching was sitting cross-legged. He was regulating his breathing and waited for the excruciating pain in his abdomen to dissipate before he simply dealt with the injuries on his body. The force in his body was also smoothed out smoothly, and he recovered a portion of his ability. Seeing Shang Wanwan coming over, he was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. He was planning to go forward with Elder Chushi when he encountered this attack head-on. Jiang Yuching stood up and looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and his brows gradually furrowed. There are only a handful of people with such abilities in the Tianling dynasty. Who exactly is this person? Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound came from within the barrier. The last circle of colorful light at the top was rapidly fading away. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge barrier finally became completely transparent. The huge and sturdy one Yeshan was as tall as a canopy. A beautiful and incomparably noble 9-colored heavenly pheasant was standing on top of it. It was like a dazzling ray of light in the sky. It was very luxurious, and its aura was astonishing. There were some charred wounds on its body that were rapidly recovering. Its aura was also rapidly rising. It was about to break through to become a divine beast. Suddenly, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant slowly lowered its head and looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Their eyes met. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. A shout almost jumped out from his throat. Little Jiao. Digression, my eyes are so dry. Oh. I'm not going to update today. I'll update at 12 tomorrow. I'll update depending on the situation. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 709. Even though time and space had changed, Chu Luiyue could still recognize the 9-colored heavenly pheasant when she saw it. It was little Nine who had accompanied her for countless days and nights. This was an absolute tacit understanding. It was an intuition that could only be formed after experiencing countless life and death situations together. Chu Luiyue clenched her fists tightly and her knuckles turned white. Her heart paused for a short while before it started to beat violently. The blood in her body also started to boil. She didn't know how much effort she had spent to restrain her impulse to go forward. However, her eyes were already sour as if something had suddenly surged up and surrounded her. Little Nine. That's my little Nine. She thought they were separated by life and death. She didn't expect to meet it again in this place. The disappointment and regret from before had all disappeared. What was left was endless surprise and joy. It was as if a flower had suddenly bloomed under the dust and was swaying with the wind. With just a slight movement, all the pain and hardships instantly became insignificant. Chu Luiyue didn't even blink as she was afraid that everything in front of her was just an illusion. Suddenly, her gaze stopped and she saw that little Nine's eyes were actually gray. Chu Luiyue was stunned on the spot. That's not right, little Nine's eyes were usually black. When it used its power, it would change into a gorgeous color. It was never gray. Most importantly, there were no pupils in this pair of gray eyes. At first glance, they looked like two pieces of gray stone, without any spirituality. Although it was also looking at Chu Luiyue, only Chu Luiyue, who was looking at it, could see that the pair of eyes was actually like a dry well. It was lonely and empty without any emotions. After a moment, it calmly retracted its gaze. Chu Luiyue's lips moved slightly and she almost couldn't control herself as she took a step forward. Whoosh, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant suddenly flapped its wings. The wind shook. The leaves rustled. A violent gale spread out in all directions. The people standing nearby were all affected by the shockwave and were forced to retreat. Chu Luiyue wanted to go forward but was pulled back by the man behind her. On the other side, Lei Laosi and Shang Wanwan, who were fighting, also separated. Lei Laosi wasn't paying attention and fell to the ground from the impact. He couldn't help but curse. F***ck. You're heartless. I've worked so hard to protect you. Why don't you go easy on me? But that nine-colored heavenly pheasant turned a deaf ear as if it didn't hear him. It seemed to be angry because the people around it disturbed its breakthrough. Lei Laosi instantly felt a headache. I must be crazy to tell it this. If it listened to his advice, why would he and Big Brother need to watch over it? Previously, it had spent most of its time sleeping. It didn't cause any trouble, and it was fine as long as it was quiet. Now, it was about to break through, and its abilities increased. Its strength was changed. Not to mention Lei Laosi, even, he was, too. But it was because it was broken, it was because it did it. She used that black shield to block in front of her in a moment of desperation, and it almost blocked most of the power. So, she didn't fall to the ground pathetically like Lei Laosi. She staggered a few steps and barely managed to stand up. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the black shield was much more useful than she had imagined. If it wasn't for this thing, she would have died a long time ago. Shang Wanwan looked up at the nine-colored heavenly pheasant again and furrowed her brows. Why did it have to be the nine-colored heavenly pheasant? Previously, she was filled with all sorts of fantasies about this ninth-grade fiend, but she didn't expect it to be the nine-colored heavenly pheasant. If it were any other ninth-grade fiend, she wouldn't have any problems. Except for this nine-colored heavenly pheasant, this was Shang Guanyu's fiend when she was alive. This made Shang Guanwan feel a little uncomfortable. But she couldn't care so much now. Taking advantage of the fact that this thing hadn't completely broken through to become a legendary fiend was the best way to do it. Shang Guanwan burned the force in her body crazily, tapped her toes, and flew up again. She went straight for the nine-colored heavenly pheasant. As long as she plucked out the red feathers on its head, she could subdue it and become its master. The nine-colored heavenly pheasant tilted its head and glanced at Shang Guanwan. Just as it was about to attack again, its vision suddenly landed on the black shield in front of Shang Guanwan. There was a moment of hesitation in its actions. Shang Guanwan was elated. This nine-colored heavenly pheasant doesn't seem to be so hostile towards me. Or perhaps, its brain hasn't turned around yet, and it actually allowed me to get close to it. Perhaps the heavens are destined to let me obtain a legendary fiend. Shang Guanwan was agitated, and because of her excitement, the corners of her eyes were red. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of that barrier. Ripples suddenly appeared on the transparent barrier. A terrifying aura gradually gathered and condensed into a wave that spread towards Shang Guanwan. Shang Guanwan had witnessed how powerful this barrier was, so she raised the black shield with lingering fear and completely hid her body behind it. Buzz! The shockwave slammed heavily into the black shield. It let out a distant and heavy sound that spread far and wide. The nine-colored heavenly pheasant looked over here and still stared at the black shield closely. It tilted its head slightly and seemed to be thinking about something. That terrifying power shook Shang Guanwan's arms that were holding onto the black shield until they were completely numb. Just as she was worried about what she should do next, she suddenly felt that heavy pressure disappear. She looked up and saw that the ripple was flowing along the black shield to both sides. An entrance suddenly appeared on the barrier. My chance is here. Shang Guanwan was elated and immediately rushed into that entrance without thinking. Lei Laosi was so angry that his liver hurt when he saw this scene. You! Does this dumb thing know who that is? Why did it become so dumb after waking up from its sleep? Is it blind? Chu Liuyue's heart seemed to be stirred by something. Shang Guanwan clearly relied on that black shield to be able to go over. Little Nine didn't seem to remember her anymore, but it still had an inexplicable longing for her things. Chu Luyue clenched her teeth and also rushed over. This time, the man beside her didn't stop her and just stood with his hands behind his back as he watched Chu Luyue rush over. His long and narrow eyes squinted slightly as if he was in deep thought. Chu Luiyue was too fast and actually followed Shangguan Wan into that entrance. Lei Laosi exclaimed. Stupid girl, you're crazy. Come out quickly. That isn't a place that she can enter. Chu Luiyue didn't turn back. She looked up at the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant also noticed her arrival. It flapped its wings, and a rainbow-colored stream of light wrapped around Chu Luiyue tightly like a rope. Shangguan Wan turned back and scoffed. You're overestimating yourself. Chu Luiyue felt as if her organs were being squeezed together harshly. She couldn't breathe, and her face rapidly flushed red. Her vision also turned black. However, she only looked at the 9-colored heavenly pheasant stubbornly. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant seemed to sense something and finally looked over again. Chu Luiyue's nose felt sour, but there was a smile at the corner of her lips. She opened her mouth and said silently, Little 9, it's me. Little 9, it's me. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 710. Xiaojiu, it's me. There wasn't any sound. Just this silent sentence was enough to shake the heavens and earth. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant's gray eyes seemed to crack instantly. A trace of shock surged out from its eyes. The colorful flowing light that was tightening around Chu Luiyue suddenly stopped. She looked up at it. That pair of eyes that were as calm as an ancient well finally had some ripples. Confusion, astonishment, shock, disbelief, many complicated emotions surged up one after another. They intertwined together. Right at this moment, a red furry figure quietly scuttled up the tree trunk and arrived beside the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's red claws. It turned around and saw that Chu Luiyue was still trapped in that colorful flowing light. Dumpling gritted her teeth angrily and bit the red claws next to her. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant was in pain. It lowered its head and looked at Dumpling innocently. Dumpling bared her teeth fiercely. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant lowered its head, feeling wronged. Shangguan Wan originally wanted to watch a good show, but she realized that the 9-colored heavenly pheasant suddenly stopped. She turned around and followed its line of sight. Then, she saw the blood ferret beside the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's feet. Shangguan Wan frowned. Isn't that Chu Luiyue's fiend? How did it barge in and get so close to the 9-colored heavenly pheasant? Isn't it afraid of the bloodline suppression? And, it actually dared to bite the 9-colored heavenly pheasant? Trying to break a rock with an egg. You're courting death. Shangguan Wan sneered. Sure enough, like master, like magical beast. Chu Luiyue was someone who didn't care about her life, and her fiend was even more so. Just like that, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant could easily crush it to death. Sensing Shangguan Wan's gaze as if she was looking at a joke, Dumpling immediately glared back fiercely. What are you looking at? I'll even bite myself when I'm crazy. Chu Luiyue also saw Dumpling. When did it run over there? She was planning to call Dumpling back, but she saw that the 9-colored heavenly pheasant had already flapped its wings and used a colorful ball to surround Dumpling. Dumpling floated up gently. In the end, it actually reached the top of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's head. Chu Luiyue frowned and shook her head at the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Can't do that. Dumpling is also her fiend. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant glanced at Chu Luiyue before it directly opened its beak and swallowed the colorful ball. Then, it slowly closed its eyes. Dumpling. Chu Luiyue exclaimed to Dumpling. Xiaojiu really ate Tuanzi. Shangguan Wan watched from the side, feeling happy. Sheet to chew of it to choose it heavenly heavens to be to of her to be to her twos to be to the bee. Young Mistress Chu, the inside of this barrier is the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's territory. Ordinary people can't enter. Your fiend is just a 3rd-grade blood ferret. How can it withstand the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's suppression? As I see it, you should quickly leave as well. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect you. Chu Luiyue glanced at her coldly. Shangguanwan was indeed Shangguanwan. She could still show such fake concern at such a time. Didn't she find it disgusting? Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and realized that the connection between her and Dumpling hadn't been cut off. Which meant that it was still alive. She felt more at ease. Dumpling wasn't an ordinary blood ferret. Since it dared to come here, it definitely had the ability to protect itself. Why don't I call little Nine back and ask it to spit out Dumpling? Chu Luiyue asked plainly. It seems like Third Princess is confident in subduing this nine-colored heavenly pheasant. Shangguanwan's eyes were filled with unconcealable delight. That nine-colored heavenly pheasant obviously treated her differently. It might have already chosen her as its master. It was naturally different from others. Contracting a fiend, especially a high-grade fiend or even a divine beast, depends on fate. Since this nine-colored heavenly pheasant has chosen me, then... Boom! A shocking aura suddenly exploded from the nine-colored heavenly pheasant's body. Gorgeous red flowing light spread out from its feathers and quickly healed the scars caused by Tianlei. At the same time, the nine-colored heavenly pheasant suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. It spread its wings and its body was so huge that it almost covered the sky. In the next moment, it changed its direction and flew towards Shangguanwan. Shangguanwan was nervous and happy. Is it going to recognize me as its master? Her heart thumped and the blood in her body flowed rapidly as though it was about to boil. The nine-colored heavenly pheasant. Once it breaks through, it will become a divine beast. By then, everyone in the Tianling dynasty will know that she, Shangguanwan, has contracted a divine beast. Shangguanyu is so powerful, but didn't she only contract a ninth-grade fiend? As long as today's matter is successful, everyone will know that I, Shangguanwan, am 100 times stronger than Shangguanyu. Countless scenes appeared in Shangguanwan's mind, causing her to tremble in excitement. She took a step forward. As long as I can contract, swoosh. The nine-colored heavenly pheasant swooped down, stuck close to Shangguanwan, and flew over her head. At the same time, its sharp claws scratched Shangguanwan's arm. Blood flowed from the wound, and it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Ah! Shangguanwan was caught off guard. She exclaimed and uncontrollably took a few steps back. She looked at her arm in a panic, but she didn't have time to check her injury. That was because the black shield had been snatched away. Shangguanwan hurriedly looked up and saw that the black shield was being held tightly by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant. She was about to chase after it when she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her arm. She lowered her head, and her eyes immediately widened in horror. She saw a few streaks of colorful flowing light at the edge of the scratches. The colorful flowing light looked gorgeous and magnificent, but in fact, it was wrapped in a terrifyingly high temperature. When it swam back and forth, it was as though it was being roasted by flames. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguanwan realized that her wound was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound that was already deep enough to see the bone was continuously torn apart by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant's power. Intense pain came, and Shangguanwan's mind went blank from the pain, and she almost fainted. Ah! She screamed hysterically and fell to the ground, curling up into a ball in extreme pain. No, no. A muffled moan came out of her mouth, and it was filled with deep fear. No one knew that the force in Shangguanwan's body was being devoured crazily. And that colorful flowing light had already spread to her shoulders. Looking from afar, both of her arms were already festering, and it was very terrifying. Chu Luiyue looked at her and narrowed her eyes. The nine-colored heavenly pheasant's attack just now was a mixture of its and Tianlei's power. Shangguanwan naturally couldn't withstand it. She looked up at the nine-colored heavenly pheasant that was flying in circles in the sky. Little Nine was targeting Shangguanwan like this. Could it be that it thought of something? Right at this moment, the nine-colored heavenly pheasant suddenly let out a clear cry. Screech! The clear and melodious cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. One of the colorful feathers on its wings suddenly transformed into a scarlet-red color. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt as though something in her body had been stirred up. A moment later, a tinge of shock flashed across her eyes. That was Dumpling's aura. Digression: the rest of the third night watch will be updated at 6:00 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 711. Chu Luiyue almost couldn't believe it. She checked again carefully and realized that Dumpling's aura was indeed changing along with the changes on the nine-colored heavenly pheasant's body. This, a bold and absurd thought suddenly appeared in Chu Luiyue's mind. Could it be that Dumpling and Little Nine, gradually, the colorful feathers turned crimson red? It was like a burning flame that swept across. Chu Luiyue couldn't be more familiar with such a red color. Because it was exactly the same color as Dumpling's body. Recalling the scene where Dumpling was wrapped in a ball and swallowed by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant, Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered and her emotions fluctuated. If. As the crimson colors appeared, the nine-colored heavenly pheasant's aura also rose crazily. Under the dark sky, it was the most dazzling existence. Chu Luiyue looked up and countless scenes flashed across her mind. The first time she saw Dumpling was in the forest outside the imperial city. It came out from a pile of fallen leaves and seemed to have slept for a long time. It followed her while swaying. She didn't plan to bring a blood ferret with her at first. However, it was very persistent and stuck to her like a little tail. Then, she met the black flying python. Dumpling blocked in front of her without hesitation. Even though its small body was not even as big as one of the black flying python's eyes, it still rushed forward. It didn't care about anything else and charged forward. It was covered in wounds, but it never regretted it. After that, they accompanied each other day and night, and they followed each other through life and death. Speaking of which, it could be summarized in 2 or 3 sentences. However, only she knew how much was involved and what kind of meaning it had. She didn't feel it back then, but now that she thought about it, there were traces everywhere. In this world, how could there be a magical beast that would willingly give up its life for a complete stranger without any scruples? It often slacked off and acted coquettishly. It liked to fight with the red demon. It trusted and relied on her completely. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh, but the corners of her eyes were wet. A teardrop silently slid down her cheek and disappeared into her hair. The aura that kept increasing in her body was unfamiliar yet familiar. It was Dumpling. It was also Little Nine. After going around in circles, it had always been by her side. Ah. No. Sheng Wanwan tossed and turned in pain and kept moaning in pain. Third princess. Everyone outside the barrier also saw the situation here. They all fell into a great shock and were silent for a long time. Sheng Wanwan's cry of pain finally made them come back to their senses. Elder Qiushi hurriedly rushed over, if he really couldn't explain himself. However, as soon as he reached the barrier, he ran into a dilemma. How was he going to get in there? Sheng Wanwan and Chu Luiyue could only enter because an entrance appeared on the barrier. But now, the entrance was sealed. The huge transparent barrier glowed faintly and had an extremely strong aura. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to force his way in. He looked at Mu Qinghe, who was standing at the side and didn't say much. Vice Admiral Mu, do you have a way to enter this barrier? The third princess is in a bad situation. If we don't save her as soon as possible, I'm afraid. Mu Qinghe was looking at the nine-colored heavenly pheasant in the barrier and frowned. This nine-colored heavenly pheasant. It didn't look like that one, but why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Hearing Elder Qiushi's words, he turned his gaze and thought for a moment. He said in a deep voice, even if we work together, it should be very difficult to open this barrier. Unless that nine-colored heavenly pheasant is willing to let us in. He was close and saw clearly just now that Shangguan could go in because the barrier was opened by herself. Elder Qiushi was very anxious. Then, what should we do? Could it be that we are just going to watch and do nothing? Jiang Yuqing pursed his lips. Suddenly, Jiang Yuqing's voice came from behind. Ask Chu Luiyue. Elder Qiushi and Mu Qinghe turned around at the same time. Eldest young master, you mean? Elder Qiushi was confused. After this period of rest, Jiang Yuqing had more or less recuperated his body. He lifted his chin. Didn't Chu Luiyue go in too? But eldest young master, she just took advantage of the situation and followed the third princess in. Why, that 9-colored heavenly pheasant hasn't launched a fatal attack on her until now. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Jiang Yuqing glanced at Elder Qiushi coldly. Elder Qiushi was stunned and immediately understood. That's right. Although Chu Luiyue's fiend was eaten by that 9-colored heavenly pheasant, she was still standing there perfectly fine. Other than the time when the 9-colored heavenly pheasant attacked her at the very beginning, it seemed to have treated her as if she was invisible. And the only time it attacked her, it didn't cause any substantial damage to Chu Luiyue. Instead, it was Shangguan. He thought that she could form a contract, but he didn't expect her to lose half of her life in the blink of an eye. After understanding this, Elder Qiushi finally understood Jiang Yuqing's intention. However, he was still in a difficult position. Eldest young master, you might not know this, but that Chu Luiyue is stubborn and has some opinions about me. He definitely wouldn't get any results if he went to ask. The last general can just go. Mu Qinghe suddenly spoke. Jiang Yuqing nodded. Elder Qiushi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Qinghe turned around and walked toward Chu Luiyue. Actually, other than that barrier, the distance between the two of them wasn't considered far. However, to Mu Qinghe, her legs seemed to be filled with lead, and each step was heavier than the previous one. There seemed to be a huge rock pressing down on his heart, making him unable to breathe. His mind was in a mess. 9-colored heavenly pheasant, is that 9-colored heavenly pheasant? Lei Laosi didn't feel good after seeing Chu Luiyue enter with Shangguan. He and Big Brother had guarded this place for so many days and nights, but they couldn't enter this barrier. Yet, those two entered so easily. How can this be? However, when he had nowhere to vent his anger and even started to consider quitting, he saw that 9-colored heavenly pheasant attacking Shangguan. Seeing Shangguan lying on the ground with her arms festering in pain, Lei Laosi finally vented his anger. Great. Right now, Big Brother and I still can't do anything to Shangguan and the rest openly, but who can object to this 9-colored heavenly pheasant attacking? I didn't watch over you for nothing. Lei Laosi felt good as his gaze landed on Chu Luiyue again. That's strange. Why is this girl completely fine? He looked at his big brother and was about to ask for his opinion when he saw him staring at Chu Luiyue with an obscure gaze. Lei Laosi's heart skipped a beat, and he limped over. Big brother, what are you thinking about? That man's lips slowly curled up. I'm thinking that we shouldn't continue to wait. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.